Welcome back, fellow seekers of the shadows. You've tuned into Stories of Crime, the place where the veil between the mundane and the monstrous is brutally ripped away. Tonight, we aren't just reading a report. We are opening a file, marked top priority, tucked away in the darkest corner of the archives. We're going to step across that chalk line and peer into the void, where human nature meets its most terrifying extremes. In this hour, the street lights flicker, the shadows deepen, and the truth is often far more chilling than any fiction you could invent. Forget the heroes. Tonight, we focus on the villains. On the motives that curdle the blood, and the consequences that echo forever. So, dim the lights. Lock your doors. Take a deep, steadying breath, because once the story begins, there's no turning back. This is Stories of Crime. And the case we're unfolding tonight is Terminal Compromise. Section 1, The Hook. Welcome, dear listener, to a journey into the hidden battlegrounds of our modern world, a space where wars are waged silently, relentlessly, and with consequences far more devastating than any conventional conflict we've known. This is not a distant threat, confined to the obscure corners of government intelligence agencies or the fantastical plots of spy thrillers. This is an immediate, intimate reality, one that touches every facet of your daily life, from the simple act of brewing your morning coffee to the complex global financial transactions that underpin our societies. We stand at the precipice of an era defined by total digital vulnerability, where the lines between physical security and cybersecurity have blurred into non-existence, creating a new landscape of profound, unsettling fragility. Our mission in this inaugural section, The Hook, is to pry open your eyes to this chilling truth, to grab your attention with the undeniable and devastating reality that the world you navigate, the digital infrastructure you implicitly trust, is constantly under siege. We aim to illuminate the invisible wars fought every second in cyberspace, wars whose outcomes directly dictate the safety of your personal data, the security of your life savings, and even the fundamental stability of the nations we call home. Prepare yourself, for what you are about to hear is not a theoretical exercise, but a stark reflection of the perilous present and a sobering glimpse into an even more precarious future. Let us begin with a deeply personal, perhaps even uncomfortable, question. Have you ever truly stopped to consider, in the quiet moments of your day, just how secure your most invaluable digital assets truly are? We often assume a foundational level of safety, an unshakable fortress built around our online identities, our financial records, our treasured memories stored in the cloud. We log in, we click, we transact, we share, all with an implicit faith that robust systems and vigilant guardians are perpetually at work, safeguarding our digital existence. But what if that faith is misplaced? What if the digital keys to your entire life, your bank accounts, your investment portfolios, your credit scores, your medical histories, even your intimate family photographs were not only accessible, but actively targeted by unseen adversaries, sophisticated syndicates, or even state-sponsored entities with agendas far beyond mere financial gain. Imagine for a moment the scenario that unfolded for a woman named Eleanor, a diligent, responsible individual who had meticulously built a comfortable life over decades. Eleanor had worked tirelessly, saving every penny, investing wisely, all with the goal of a secure and serene retirement. Her entire life's financial legacy, every hard-earned dollar, was meticulously managed online, spread across various accounts: her primary checking and savings, a long-standing retirement fund, and a smaller, more recent investment portfolio. She received regular email statements, appreciated the convenience of online banking, and felt she was doing everything right. She used a password manager, or so she thought, though in hindsight, she realized it was a simple browser-based autofill feature, not the robust, encrypted vault she had assumed. One seemingly ordinary Tuesday morning, Eleanor awoke to an unnerving notification. Not an email, which she might have dismissed as spam, but a direct text message from her bank, an alert so unusual it immediately triggered a cold knot of dread in her stomach. It stated that a significant transfer had been initiated from her savings account, heading to an unfamiliar international beneficiary. Before she could even process the information, another text followed, then an email, each detailing further unauthorized transactions from her other accounts. Her heart pounded in her chest, a frantic drum beat against her ribs. She scrambled to her laptop, fingers trembling as she tried to log in, only to find her credentials no longer worked. The password had been changed. Her access was R. Make this a habit, a reflex even. Thirdly, monitor your financial accounts and credit reports with unwavering vigilance. Regularly review your bank statements and credit card transactions for any unfamiliar activity, even small charges. Many banks offer real-time alerts for transactions. Enable them. Additionally, consider freezing your credit with the major credit bureaus. This prevents new credit accounts from being opened in your name without your explicit permission, a crucial safeguard against identity theft. It may seem like an extra step to temporarily unfreeze it when applying for new credit, but it is a small inconvenience for a monumental layer of protection. Fourthly, be relentlessly skeptical of unsolicited communications. Phishing attempts are becoming increasingly sophisticated. Always verify the sender of emails and text messages, and never click on suspicious links or download attachments from unknown sources. If an email from your bank or a company seems even slightly off, do not interact with it. Instead, open a new browser window and navigate directly to the official website or call the customer service number listed on their official site, not from the email itself. Treat every unexpected digital communication with a healthy dose of suspicion, because it very well could be a cleverly disguised attempt to trick you into revealing sensitive information. These are not merely suggestions, they are fundamental practices for navigating our digitally interconnected lives with a measure of safety and peace of mind. Now, let us broaden our scope from the personal tragedy of an individual to a scenario of far grander, more terrifying proportions. What happens when the target isn't merely an individual's bank account, but the very infrastructure that sustains an entire nation? Have you ever paused to consider the intricate, invisible web of technology that underpins every aspect of modern society? It's not just your smartphone or your laptop, it's the power grids that light your cities, the water treatment plants that provide potable water, the transportation networks that move goods and people, the communication systems that connect us all, the financial exchanges that fuel our economy, and even the emergency services that respond to crises. These are not disparate entities, they are deeply interconnected, a complex symphony of digital systems, all vulnerable. What if, in a coordinated, devastating assault, these vital arteries of our civilization were to be simultaneously compromised, crippled, or even brought to a grinding halt? This is the catastrophic scenario of a nationwide infrastructural hack, a digital Pearl Harbor that would plunge us not into physical darkness, but into a systemic collapse, a return to a pre-digital existence, but without the societal structures and preparedness to cope. Picture this, a crisp autumn Tuesday morning, just like any other. The sun rises, people begin their commutes, coffee machines hum to life, children prepare for school. Then, imperceptibly at first, things begin to unravel. The subtle hum of electricity that has always been a constant background noise of modern life, it falters. Lights flicker, then die. Not just in one neighborhood, but across entire regions, then states, then coast to coast. The power grid, assaulted by a meticulously planned cyber attack, begins to shut down in cascading failures. Simultaneously, the digital systems controlling water treatment facilities report critical failures. Pumps stop working, purification processes halt, and soon, the fresh water supply begins to dwindle, then cease in many urban areas. Traffic lights, now dark, turn once orderly intersections into chaotic, horn-blaring free-for-alls. Mass transit systems, reliant on digital scheduling and power, grind to a halt, trapping commuters in tunnels and on elevated tracks. But the assault doesn't stop there. Communication networks, under a separate wave of cyber attacks, begin to buckle. Cell towers go dark. Internet service providers struggle, then fail. Landlines, antiquated but are. Think about sanitation solutions if water services are compromised. Having a physical, printed list of emergency contacts and important phone numbers is crucial, as your smartphone will likely be useless. Secondly, develop a community resilience mindset. Connect with your neighbors. In a widespread outage, local communities will be the primary units of survival and mutual aid. Discuss potential scenarios and resources within your immediate area. Identify individuals with useful skills, medical knowledge, plumbing, electrical expertise, ham radio operation. Shared resources and a pre-existing network of trust can be the difference between chaotic individual struggle and effective community response. Consider learning some basic off-grid skills, such as water purification methods, fire starting without modern tools, or even basic gardening for food independence. These skills, often dismissed as antiquated, become profoundly valuable when modern conveniences vanish. Thirdly, advocate for stronger national and local cybersecurity policies. Understand that this problem is larger than any one individual. Support politicians and initiatives that prioritize investment in securing critical infrastructure, enhancing intelligence sharing between government and private sectors, and developing robust cyber defense strategies. Education and awareness are key, so share your knowledge and concerns with others. Become an informed voice, urging for proactive measures rather than reactive responses to inevitable attacks. This means pushing for not just defensive measures, but also offensive capabilities to deter potential adversaries, and fostering a culture of cybersecurity awareness from the highest levels of government down to every citizen. The most effective defense is a multi-layered one, built on individual preparedness, community solidarity, and strong national policies, recognizing that the threat of a full-scale digital attack is not a matter of if, but when. In essence, what we have explored in this opening section, the hook, is a stark, urgent call to attention. We have peered into the devastating reality of total digital vulnerability, from the deeply personal violation of your own financial security to the terrifying prospect of a nationwide infrastructural collapse, revealing the hidden wars fought relentlessly in cyberspace. We've seen how a digital intrusion can rip through the fabric of an individual's life, leaving a trail of financial ruin and psychological distress, and we've envisioned how a more widespread assault could plunge an entire society into unprecedented chaos and uncertainty. The common thread woven through these narratives is the profound fragility of our technologically dependent world and the crucial understanding that these cyber threats are not abstract technical issues, but direct challenges to our well-being, our livelihoods, and the very stability of our civilization. The urgent, cinematic tone we've established is not mere dramatization, it is a reflection of the genuine stakes involved. This is not a tale of despair, but a necessary awakening. Understanding the depth of our vulnerability is the crucial first step toward building resilience and crafting robust defenses. We must confront this reality head-on, not with fear, but with informed preparedness and a renewed sense of vigilance. The era of blissful ignorance is over. The hidden wars are no longer hidden. They are at your doorstep, in your devices, and coursing through the very networks that sustain your life. As we move forward, we will delve deeper into the intricate world of cyber warfare, uncovering the actors, the motivations, and the tools of these unseen battles. We will explore the specific technologies that make us vulnerable, and, more importantly, the strategies and innovations that promise to defend us. Join us in the next section, where we will begin to introduce the key players in this high-stakes game, the brilliant minds, the shadowy operatives, and the unexpected heroes caught in the terminal compromise. Section 2, Introduction. Welcome, esteemed listener, to a journey that promises to be as illuminating as it is unsettling, as prescient as it is profoundly relevant. You've just embarked upon Terminal Compromise, a title that, even in its very articulation, hints at the profound challenges and existential dilemmas we are about to explore together. My voice will be your constant companion, your guide, through the intricate, often treacherous, and undeniably critical landscapes that this audiobook so meticulously unpacks. For the next 280 minutes, which is just under 5 immersive hours, we will navigate a narrative that doesn't merely tell a story, but rather, unveils a stark reflection of our contemporary world, one woven from threads of information warfare, digital espionage, and the very real erosion of personal and national security in an increasingly interconnected existence. Our primary objective, as we begin this shared intellectual and experiential odyssey, is multifaceted, yet singularly focused on your engagement and understanding. We aim to establish a deep sense of trust between us, to cultivate a rapport that transforms this listening experience from a mere consumption of information into a genuine collaboration of discovery. We are not just setting the stage for a story, we are erecting a comprehensive intellectual framework, a panoramic vista from which you, the listener, can fully appreciate the gravity, the foresight, and the enduring pertinence of Win Schwartz's groundbreaking vision. This is more than an audiobook, it is an invitation to peer behind the curtain of the digital age, to confront uncomfortable truths, and to emerge with a heightened sense of awareness that is not just valuable, but arguably indispensable, in today's technologically saturated environment. Every minute of this expedition is designed to immerse you, to provoke thought, and ultimately, to equip you with a nuanced perspective on the terminal compromises that define our era. Let us now delve into the particulars of how we shall achieve this profound level of engagement and understanding, beginning with the very role I intend to embody for you throughout this intricate narrative. My role here is to serve as your seasoned guide, a trusted navigator through the perilous, often bewildering, digital landscape that Terminal Compromise so vividly portrays. Think of me not just as a voice reciting words, but as an experienced trekker who has journeyed through these digital wilds many times before, understanding the hidden trails, anticipating the sudden shifts in terrain, and pointing out the subtle, yet crucial, landmarks that might otherwise be overlooked. My professional background, rooted deeply in the intricacies of cybersecurity, information warfare, and the broader geopolitical implications of technological advancement, has afforded me a unique vantage point from which to interpret and contextualize the profound themes we are about to explore. I've spent years observing, analyzing, and even participating in the ever-escalating contests within the information space, witnessing firsthand the evolution of threats, the ingenuity of adversaries, and the often fragile nature of our digital defenses. Consider, if you will, a moment from my own journey, a real-world parallel to the complex digital terrain we're about to traverse. I recall a particularly challenging project many years ago, tasked with deciphering an incredibly intricate network of digital intrusions that had, over time, subtly compromised a critical infrastructure system. It wasn't a smash-and-grab attack, it was a slow, deliberate infiltration, like water seeping into cracks in a foundation, unseen until the structural integrity was fundamentally threatened. Each piece of data was a fragment of a larger puzzle, each connection a thread in a vast, clandestine web. Navigating this labyrinthine digital realm required not just technical acumen, but also a deep understanding of human motivations, geopolitical currents, and the insidious nature of persistent threats. There were moments of frustration. I understand the shadows and the light of this digital battleground, and I'm here to ensure you see them too, with clarity and insight. From a psychological perspective, establishing this trust and presenting myself as an experienced guide is absolutely critical. Human beings are inherently wired to seek reassurance and direction when faced with complexity or potential danger. When embarking on an exploration of something as dense and potentially unsettling as the themes within Terminal Compromise, themes that touch upon national security, personal privacy, and the very fabric of societal trust, a sense of guided expertise can significantly reduce anxiety and enhance the listener's capacity for absorption. Without a trusted hand to lead, the sheer volume of information, the jargon, and the chilling implications could feel overwhelming, potentially leading to disengagement or even a defensive resistance to the material. Knowing that there's someone at the helm who understands the nuances, who can translate the complex into the comprehensible, frees up mental resources that would otherwise be spent on navigating uncertainty, allowing you to fully concentrate on the narrative, the arguments, and the insights being presented. It's about creating a safe psychological space for exploration, where intellectual curiosity can flourish without the impediment of feeling lost or unprepared. We inherently trust those who demonstrate competence and empathy, and my aim is to embody both throughout our shared exploration. So, what are the practical application steps for you, the listener, in light of this? Primarily, I encourage you to embrace this perspective. View me not as an omnipresent, disembodied voice, but as a knowledgeable companion walking alongside you, ready to illuminate the less obvious aspects of the narrative. Allow yourself to lean into that trust. When a complex concept is introduced, or a nuanced point is made, recognize that it's being presented within a framework of informed understanding. Permit yourself to absorb the material with an open mind, knowing that I've already done the heavy lifting of sifting through the complexities to present them in the most digestible, yet profoundly impactful, manner possible. If a particular concept sparks a question in your mind, acknowledge that internal query, and then trust that the unfolding narrative, guided by my insights, will very likely address it, or provide you with the tools to explore it further on your own. This isn't a passive listening experience, it's an active partnership in understanding, and recognizing my role as your seasoned guide is the first, crucial step in maximizing the value you extract from every single minute of this audiobook. Now, let's turn our attention to the very genesis of this work, the origins, and the incredibly prescient themes that define Win Schwartz's original masterpiece. This book, Terminal Compromise, is not merely a contemporary commentary, it is, in many respects, a time capsule, a message from a not-so-distant past that speaks with startling clarity and accuracy to our present moment. When Schwartz first penned this work, the Internet, as we know it today, was still in its relative infancy. The widespread adoption of personal computing was just beginning to accelerate, and the concepts of global digital interconnectedness, pervasive surveillance, and information warfare were largely confined to the realm of science fiction or niche academic discourse. Yet, with remarkable foresight, Schwartz envisioned a future that, by and large, has come to pass with chilling precision. He didn't just predict technological advancements, he anticipated their societal, political, and ethical ramifications, sketching out a world where data was the new battlefield, and privacy, a rapidly diminishing luxury. Imagine, for a moment, stumbling upon an ancient scroll, sealed away centuries ago, that perfectly describes the intricate workings of a modern smartphone, or the complex dynamics of current global geopolitics. That is precisely the SE. Think of this initial phase as equipping you with the essential tools and theoretical framework necessary for the expedition. From there, we will transition into the heart of the narrative, following compelling character arcs and dramatic plot lines that illustrate these concepts in gripping, human terms. These aren't just abstract ideas, they are lived experiences within the story, demonstrating the real-world impact of digital threats on individuals, corporations, and nation-states. As we progress, the narrative will escalate, moving towards a climactic unfolding of events where the various threads of digital compromise, espionage, and information warfare converge, revealing the full extent of the terminal compromise in action. Following this dramatic core, we will meticulously dissect the aftermath, exploring the consequences and lingering questions that arise from such profound digital breaches. But our journey doesn't end there. Crucially, the final sections of this audiobook are dedicated to contemporary analysis. We will pivot from the narrative to a comprehensive examination of how Schwartz's original insights have played out in the decades since, dissecting modern case studies, discussing emerging threats, and offering actionable insights into protecting ourselves and our societies in this perpetually evolving digital landscape. By the conclusion, you won't just have listened to a story, you will have undertaken a comprehensive educational experience, emerging with a refined critical thinking ability concerning digital security, a sharpened awareness of the pervasive threats we face, and a deeper, more nuanced understanding of the delicate balance between technological progress, privacy, and national sovereignty. You will have developed an informed perspective that transcends mere headlines, enabling you to discern the deeper currents shaping our interconnected world. To help visualize this structural blueprint, imagine our journey through terminal compromise as an exploration of an ancient, sprawling city, not unlike the legendary lost city of Atlantis, perhaps, if it were built of data and algorithms instead of stone. Our initial phase, the foundational concepts, is like studying the city's ancient maps, learning its foundational architecture, understanding the principles of its design, and familiarizing ourselves with the lexicon of its builders. We grasp the basic layout, the key districts, the main arteries. Then, as we move into the character narratives and the dramatic core, it's as if we are walking through the bustling streets of this digital metropolis, observing its inhabitants, witnessing the daily lives, the conflicts, the triumphs, and the ultimate unraveling of its societal fabric due to internal and external pressures. We experience the city not just as a static blueprint, but as a living, breathing entity. The climax is like the moment of cataclysm, the dramatic event that reshapes the city forever, forcing us to confront the full scope of its vulnerabilities and the profound consequences of its inherent compromises. Finally, the contemporary analysis phase is our return to the surface, where we survey the landscape from a higher vantage point, comparing the ruins of this ancient digital city to the contemporary cities we inhabit today, drawing lessons, identifying recurring patterns, and strategizing for future resilience. This map is not just about showing you where we're going, it's about revealing the interconnectedness of each phase, how each piece contributes to the overall, profound understanding you will gain. Psychologically, providing a clear structure and outlining the listener's eventual achievements significantly reduces cognitive load and enhances motivation. When we embark on a complex task or learning experience, our brains naturally seek a roadmap. Knowing the beginning, middle, and anticipated end, along with the expected outcomes, transforms what could be a daunting, nebulous undertaking into a manageable, purposeful journey. This clarity combats potential feelings of bay. Chapter 1: The Illusion of Security. Chapter 1: The Illusion of Security. Welcome, dear listener, to a journey into the unseen currents that shape our modern existence. We stand at a precipice, living in an age of unprecedented digital connectivity, where every facet of our lives, from the mundane to the monumental, is touched by the invisible tendrils of technology. We navigate our days with an implicit trust in the systems that underpin this hyper-connected world, a trust often born of convenience, familiarity, and, dare I say, a pervasive and comforting illusion. This chapter, the inaugural step in our exploration through terminal compromise, is dedicated to dismantling precisely that, the false sense of safety that cloaks our digital lives. Have you ever paused to consider just how deeply interwoven technology has become with your very sense of security? We live in an era where the lines between the physical and the digital have blurred to an almost imperceptible degree. Our homes are smart, our cars are connected, our finances are digitized, our health data is uploaded to the cloud, and our social connections thrive in virtual spaces. Each of these advancements promises greater efficiency, unparalleled convenience, and sometimes, even enhanced safety in a traditional sense. Yet, beneath this glossy veneer of progress lies a profound and systemic vulnerability. We've, perhaps unconsciously, outsourced vast portions of our autonomy and privacy to algorithms and infrastructure that we neither fully understand nor consistently scrutinize. This isn't a conspiracy theory, it's simply the unvarnished reality of an interconnected global nervous system that, while incredibly powerful, is also inherently fragile. Our goal today is to challenge this passive acceptance, to peel back the layers of assumed safety, and to reveal the intricate web of interdependencies that, when compromised, can lead to what we term a terminal compromise, a breach so fundamental it reshapes your reality. We'll explore how our daily interactions with technology, seemingly innocuous, contribute to this grand illusion, and how a deeper understanding can empower you to reclaim a measure of control in a world designed to feel perpetually secure, even when it isn't. Let's begin by examining the everyday technologies we blindly trust, those digital companions that have become so ubiquitous they are practically extensions of ourselves. Think about your smartphone. It's more than just a device for making calls, it's your personal assistant, your bank, your photo album, your navigator, your health tracker, and often, the repository of your most intimate thoughts and communications. We carry these powerful computers in our pockets, granting them access to our location 24 hours a day, linking them to our financial institutions, and allowing them to store an entire digital history of our lives. When was the last time you truly scrutinized the permissions an app requested, or questioned the security protocols safeguarding your mobile banking transactions? We swipe, we tap, we log in, assuming that the giants of Silicon Valley have everything under control, that their firewalls are impenetrable, and their encryption unbreakable. Consider also the burgeoning ecosystem of smart home devices. From voice-activated assistants perched on our countertops to smart thermostats learning our preferences, from doorbell cameras monitoring our entries to intelligent locks securing our doors, our homes are increasingly networked. These devices offer comfort and convenience, allowing us to adjust the lights from afar, see who's at the door while we're on vacation, or simply ask for a weather update without lifting a finger. But each device, each connection, represents a potential entry point for an attacker. Are you certain your smart refrigerator isn't broadcasting data about your eating habits? Is your smart speaker truly listening only when it hears its wake word, or is it a silent eavesdropper? These aren't outlandish questions, they are critical considerations in a world where every connected appliance is a miniature computer, complete with its own operating system, network connection, and, inevitably, its own vulnerabilities. Here's a real-world storytelling example to illustrate this point. Imagine the Taylor family. They embraced the smart home revolution with gusto. Their house was a symphony of connected gadgets, smart lights that changed colors with a voice command, a thermostat that learned their daily rhythm, a smart camera monitoring their nursery, and a network-attached storage, or NAS, device holding all their precious family photos and documents. One evening, their children reported strange voices coming from the nursery camera, seemingly talking to their baby. Initially, Mr. and Mrs. Taylor dismissed it as a glitch, perhaps interference. But then, the smart lights began to flicker erratically, the thermostat cranked up the heat unexpectedly in the middle of summer, and they received unusual notifications about their front door being unlocked, despite being securely bolted. It turned out that a relatively unsophisticated attacker had exploited a default, weak password on their baby M. Let's now pivot to a broader, more foundational issue: the systemic vulnerabilities baked into the very genesis of computing and the Internet. It's a concept that often escapes public consciousness, yet it profoundly impacts the security landscape we navigate today. The Internet, as we know it, was not initially designed with security as its paramount concern. Its early architects, brilliant minds envisioning a global network for research and information sharing, operated within a paradigm of trust. The initial ARPANET, the precursor to the Internet, was a relatively small community of academics and military researchers. The idea of widespread malicious actors, of nation-states engaging in cyber warfare, or of sophisticated criminal enterprises exploiting every loophole, was simply not a primary consideration in its foundational design. Consequently, many of the core protocols, the very rules that govern how data travels across the network, were built for speed and efficiency, not for bulletproof security. Think about the Domain Name System, or DNS, which translates human-readable website names like Google.com into IP addresses that computers understand. It's essential for nearly every Internet interaction. Yet, early versions of DNS had inherent weaknesses, vulnerabilities that allow for DNS spoofing, where an attacker can redirect you to a malicious website even if you type the correct address. These fundamental design choices, made decades ago in a different era, continue to echo through our modern systems. Furthermore, much of our critical infrastructure, from power grids to financial trading platforms, from air traffic control systems to medical devices, relies on legacy systems. These are often decades-old software and hardware installations, running operating systems and applications that were cutting edge in the 1980s or 90s. They are difficult and expensive to update, and finding skilled engineers who understand their intricacies is becoming increasingly challenging. Security, if it was considered at all, was often an afterthought, bolted on as a patchwork solution rather than integrated into the architecture from day one. This creates a massive attack surface, a digital Achilles heel for entire nations and industries. To illustrate this, let's consider a real-world example, albeit a generalized one due to the sensitive nature of such incidents. Many critical infrastructure systems, particularly in manufacturing, utilities, and transportation, rely on what are called SCADA, supervisory control and data acquisition systems. These are industrial control systems that monitor and control physical processes. They were often designed in an era before widespread internet connectivity, built as isolated, air-gapped networks within a specific facility. However, over time, for reasons of efficiency, remote management, or integration with business systems, these SCADA networks became connected to the corporate IT network, and sometimes, directly to the Internet. An illustrative case could involve a regional water treatment plant. Its operational technology, including pumps, valves, and chemical dosing systems, was controlled by a SCADA system from the late 90s, running on Windows NT workstations. For years, it functioned flawlessly. Then, the plant upgraded its corporate email system and, to allow engineers to remotely monitor SCADA dashboards from their laptops, a small, seemingly innocuous bridge was created between the corporate network and the operational network. An attacker, targeting the utility company, didn't directly attack the SCADA system. Instead, they launched a sophisticated phishing campaign against corporate employees. A single employee, clicking on a malicious link, inadvertently installed malware on their workstation. This malware slowly propagated through the corporate network, eventually finding the bridge to the older SCADA system. Because the SCADA system was designed in a trusting environment, it had minimal internal security segmentation. The attacker was able to move laterally, gaining co. Without a second thought, he clicked the link. The web page looked identical to the retailer's site, but it was, in fact, a carefully crafted phishing page. It asked him to re-enter his email and password, citing a session timeout. David, accustomed to such prompts, entered his david.smith@freemail.com address and his dogname123 password. He immediately closed the tab when the page redirected to an error message, thinking nothing of it. This was the minor breach. His credentials for one relatively unimportant email account were now in the hands of an attacker. But here's where the escalation begins. The attacker didn't just want his gym membership login. They knew that people often reuse passwords across multiple services, especially for non-critical accounts. They used automated scripts to try david.smith@freemail.com and dogname123 against a list of popular websites, Amazon, eBay, PayPal, LinkedIn, and countless others. Within minutes, the script hit gold. David had also used dogname123 for his LinkedIn account. Suddenly, the attacker had access to David's professional network, his resume, his work history, and connections. This was a step up, but still not catastrophic. The attacker then scanned David's LinkedIn profile, noting his current employer and job title. They crafted a new phishing email, this time appearing to come from his company's HR department, citing a new compliance document that required immediate review. The email was sent to David's work email, carefully crafted to bypass corporate spam filters using information gleaned from his LinkedIn profile. David, seeing an email from HR, and remembering the compliance he had to do, clicked the link without hesitation. This time, the malicious link initiated a drive-by download, installing a sophisticated piece of malware onto his corporate laptop. This malware didn't immediately cause problems. Instead, it lay dormant, quietly performing reconnaissance. It logged his keystrokes, captured screenshots, and, most critically, identified an unpatched vulnerability in the company's internal network access client that David used to connect to his company's intranet from home. Exploiting this vulnerability, the malware escalated its privileges, gaining administrator access on David's machine. From there, it leveraged David's elevated permissions to move laterally across the company network, seeking out valuable data. It found confidential client lists, sensitive project proposals, and even financial forecasts stored on a shared drive that David, as a senior manager, had access to. The eventual catastrophe was multifaceted. The attacker exfiltrated vast quantities of intellectual property and client data from David's company. This led to a public data breach notification, massive financial penalties, and significant reputational damage to the firm. David, though an unwitting victim, faced disciplinary action and eventually lost his job, his career severely impacted by what began as a simple, weak password on a personal email account. His identity was also compromised through data found on his LinkedIn, leading to fraudulent loan applications and a prolonged battle to restore his credit score. This entire chain of events, from a casual click on a phishing email to financial ruin and career devastation, illustrates the profound interconnectedness of our digital lives and how a seemingly minor oversight can have devastatingly terminal consequences. From a psychological perspective, this anecdote highlights several crucial biases. There's the slippery slope fallacy, but in this case, it's a very real and dangerous progression. We tend to view security incidents in isolation: it's just my junk email, or it's just my social media. We fail to connect the dots, to understand how one small crack can widen into a chasm, providing an attacker with a foothold to jump from one seemingly insignificant digital silo to another, increasingly critical one. We also exhibit normalcy bias, believing that things will continue as they always have. David had clicked. Chapter 2: The Genesis of the Threat. Welcome back, listeners. In our previous chapter, we laid the groundwork, defining the stakes and introducing the pervasive nature of digital vulnerabilities in our modern existence. Today, we journey deeper, back to the very origins, to understand how we arrived at this precarious juncture. Our exploration begins with Chapter 2, The Genesis of the Threat. Our core concept for this chapter is a deep dive into the fascinating, yet increasingly terrifying, landscape of cyber warfare and the evolving nature of malicious hacking. It's a story not of sudden emergence, but of a gradual, often imperceptible, transformation. Imagine a small stream, innocent and meandering, that over decades gathers strength, carves canyons, and eventually becomes a roaring, unpredictable river capable of immense destruction. That, in essence, is the narrative of digital threats. It's crucial to understand that today's sophisticated attacks, the ones that target national infrastructure, destabilize economies, and influence geopolitical events, didn't spring forth fully formed. They are the progeny of countless smaller innovations, curiosity-driven exploits, and the gradual weaponization of what was once mere mischief. We're going to peel back the layers, tracing the lineage from the early days of networked computing to the complex, state-sponsored cyber conflicts that define our current reality. What was the spark that ignited this digital arms race? Who were the early pioneers, and what motivated them? And most importantly, how did a world built on the promise of interconnectedness inadvertently create the perfect breeding ground for pervasive insecurity? These are the questions we'll tackle as we uncover the genesis of the threat. Let's begin by tracing the history of early computer networks and their inherent flaws, because understanding the foundations is paramount to grasping why our digital world remains so vulnerable. Do you ever wonder why, despite all our advancements, we still grapple with seemingly basic security issues? The answer often lies in the very architecture upon which our digital realm was constructed. Consider the early days of computing, particularly in the 1960s and 70s. The Internet, as we know it, didn't exist. Instead, we had nascent networks like ARPANET, conceived by the U.S. Department of Defense's Advanced Research Projects Agency. Its primary goal was to facilitate communication and resource sharing among research institutions, a noble and visionary pursuit. The prevailing philosophy was one of open collaboration, mutual trust, and shared scientific endeavor. Security, while not entirely absent, was simply not a primary design consideration. It was an afterthought, if thought of at all. Why build high walls around a garden when everyone entering is a trusted colleague tending to their own patch? The early pioneers were more concerned with making these complex machines talk to each other, with developing protocols that allowed data packets to flow across vast distances, than with robust authentication or encryption. They were problem solvers, engineers pushing the boundaries of what was technologically possible, not security architects envisioning future digital warfare. A classic real-world storytelling example from this era, one that perfectly illustrates the inherent flaws born of this trust-centric design, comes from the pre-internet phone phreaker community. Before widespread personal computers, the telephone network was the dominant complex system accessible to the curious and technically inclined. People like John Draper, famously known as Captain Crunch, discovered that a toy whistle, found in Captain Crunch cereal boxes, could emit a perfect 2600 Hz tone. This tone, by sheer coincidence, was the very frequency used by AT&T's internal switching systems to signal that a trunk line was free and ready for routing. What did this mean? It meant that by blowing this whistle into a telephone receiver, a phreaker could gain control of the phone system, bypassing billing, making free long-distance calls, and even. And then there's the insidious problem of unpatched systems, vulnerabilities that are known to the vendor and for which a fix exists, but which remain unapplied by the user or administrator. It's like leaving your front door wide open when the lock repair person has already given you a brand new, secure deadbolt. A chilling real-world storytelling example illustrating how these elements combine to create fundamental insecurity is the infamous Morris worm of 1988. This was one of the earliest large-scale attacks on the Internet, which at the time was still a relatively small academic and research network. The worm, created by Robert Tappan Morris, exploited several fundamental insecurities. One was a known flaw in the Unix fingered service, which allowed users to query information about other users. The worm exploited a buffer overflow vulnerability in this service, essentially overflowing the memory buffer with too much data, which then allowed it to execute arbitrary code. Another vulnerability exploited was a debugging backdoor in the SendMail program, a widely used email server. Crucially, the worm also tried to guess passwords, using a dictionary of common words. It wasn't designed to be destructive, but rather to propagate and demonstrate the vastness of the network. However, a coding error caused it to replicate much faster than intended, overwhelming systems and causing widespread disruption, effectively bringing a significant portion of the nascent Internet to a crawl. This event was a stark awakening for the computing community, revealing the devastating potential of even unintended exploitation of fundamental flaws. It was a wake-up call that security couldn't be an afterthought, it had to be intrinsic. From a psychological analysis perspective, the persistence of these fundamental insecurities stems from a blend of human factors, convenience, oversight, and a dangerous sense of invulnerability. Developers, often under intense pressure to meet deadlines, might opt for quick, less secure solutions. It's just a test environment, they might think, or we'll fix it later. But later often never comes, and insecure practices become ingrained. The not my problem syndrome also plays a role, where one team assumes another is handling security, leading to critical gaps. There's also the human cost-benefit calculation. Implementing rigorous security from the ground up is expensive, time-consuming, and can slow down development. The benefits, however, are often intangible until a disaster strikes. This often leads organizations to underinvest in security until they become a victim, a classic reactive posture rather than a proactive one. The Morris worm showed that even in a relatively benign context, human error in design and deployment, combined with a collective failure to patch known vulnerabilities, could have catastrophic consequences. The psychology is one of prioritizing immediate gratification, be it speed of deployment or ease of use, over the long-term, abstract benefits of robust security. For your practical application steps, understanding these core insecurities is incredibly empowering. First, always change default passwords on new devices and accounts. This seems basic, but it's a critical first line of defense. Second, be vigilant about software updates. Enable automatic updates whenever possible, especially for operating systems and critical applications. Patches often fix known vulnerabilities that attackers are actively exploiting. Third, if you're involved in software development, advocate for and adhere to Secure Development Lifecycle, or SDLC, practices. This means incorporating security considerations at every stage, from design and coding to testing and deployment. Think about input validation, secure coding practices, and regular security audits. Finally, embrace the principle of least privilege, for both yourself and any systems you manage. Give users and systems only the minimum permissions necessary to perform their tasks. This minimizes the damage an attacker can do if they manage to. The psychological impact on nations is one of constant vigilance and an arms race in the digital realm, where the weapons are invisible and the battlefields are everywhere. For your practical application steps, understanding this shift requires a new level of awareness and preparedness. First, recognize that information is power, and critical infrastructure is a prime target. Governments and organizations must invest heavily in robust cybersecurity defenses, not just for financial data, but for operational technology that controls power plants, water treatment facilities, and transportation networks. This includes threat intelligence sharing, regular vulnerability assessments, and sophisticated incident response plans. Second, for individuals, it means being aware of the broader geopolitical context of cyber threats. Attacks aren't always about stealing your personal data, they can be about disrupting society, spreading disinformation, or weakening national resilience. Practice good digital hygiene not just for your own security, but as a small part of a larger collective defense. Use strong, unique passwords, enable multi-factor authentication, and be skeptical of unsolicited emails or information, especially during times of heightened geopolitical tension. Third, it emphasizes the importance of international cooperation. Cyber threats don't respect borders, and a global effort is needed to establish norms of behavior and to deter malicious state-sponsored activity. While individuals may not directly participate in these international discussions, being informed about them helps foster a more resilient and secure global digital environment. The era of amateur, curiosity-driven hacking is largely over. We are now firmly in the age of weaponized, geopolitical cyber conflict. So, where does this leave us? We've journeyed from the innocent, trust-based designs of early networks and the initial thrill of discovering their inherent flaws, through the gradual realization that these flaws represented fundamental insecurities, all the way to the chilling reality of weaponized code wielded by nation-states. The genesis of the threat is a story of human ingenuity, sometimes misdirected, sometimes malevolent, and often, simply naive. It's a story of an evolving landscape, where the tools and tactics of digital compromise have matured from schoolboy pranks to sophisticated instruments of global power. The inherent flaws in early systems were like small cracks in a foundation, ignored or simply undiscovered. They festered, grew, and were eventually exploited with devastating intent. In essence, this chapter has laid bare the historical trajectory of our digital vulnerability. We've seen how convenience and trust, while admirable in many contexts, proved to be fatal design flaws in the creation of our interconnected world. We've examined how fundamental missteps in system design and human oversight continuously create new avenues for exploitation. And critically, we've understood the profound and terrifying shift from individual curiosity to state-sponsored cyber warfare, where the stakes are no longer just personal data or bragging rights, but national security, economic stability, and even the physical integrity of nations. The terminal compromise that is the subject of this book isn't a hypothetical future, it's the logical culmination of this historical evolution. It's the point where these historical threads of vulnerability, human error, and weaponized intent converge into an existential threat. Our next chapter will delve into the modern manifestations of these threats, exploring the sophisticated actors and techniques that define the current cybersecurity landscape, building directly upon this historical foundation we've just uncovered. Prepare yourselves, for the Genesis has delivered us to a perilous present. Chapter 3: The Architecture of a Hack. Welcome back to Terminal Compromise. In our previous discussions, we laid the groundwork, exploring the philosophical underpinnings of cybersecurity and the shifting landscape of digital warfare. Now, as we delve deeper, it's time to pull back the curtain and expose the intricate mechanics of a digital intrusion. Today, in Chapter 3, we are going to meticulously dissect the architecture of a hack. Have you ever wondered what truly happens when a digital predator sets its sights on a target? Is it a sudden, cataclysmic event, a lightning strike out of the blue? Or is there a more methodical, almost artistic process at play? The truth, my friends, is that a successful hack is rarely a spontaneous act. Instead, it is a carefully orchestrated campaign, a multi-stage operation that mirrors the precision and planning of a military strategist or a master thief executing an elaborate heist. It's a journey, not a singular destination, and understanding each step of this journey is absolutely critical if we are to fortify our digital perimeters effectively. Today, we're going to break down exactly how threat actors compromise complex systems, moving beyond the sensational headlines to the cold, hard reality of their operational playbook. We will explore the initial, almost invisible steps of reconnaissance and footprinting, progress through the silent, thrilling moment of the actual system breach, and conclude with the insidious art of establishing persistence and meticulously covering digital tracks. For each phase, we'll immerse ourselves in a real-world storytelling example, unravel the psychological significance of these actions, and then, crucially, arm you with practical application steps you can implement right now. So, prepare yourselves. This isn't just theory, this is a deep dive into the mind and methods of the modern attacker. Our journey begins, as all good campaigns do, with intelligence gathering. The first, and arguably most crucial, phase of any sophisticated hack is what we call reconnaissance, footprinting, and scanning. Think of it as the preparatory work, the silent observation, the mapping of the terrain before any engagement truly begins. This isn't about brute force, it's about shrewdness and patience. Reconnaissance, at its heart, is the act of gathering information about a target from publicly available sources. We often refer to this as OSINT, or open source intelligence. It's like a detective piecing together clues, but instead of interviewing witnesses, they're sifting through mountains of digital data that you, or your organization, have willingly or inadvertently made public. What kind of data? Well, it could be anything from employee LinkedIn profiles listing their roles, responsibilities, and even the software they use, to company press releases announcing new partnerships or technological investments, to social media posts by staff discussing workplace details, or even the metadata embedded in public documents on your company's website. This phase is all about building a comprehensive profile of the target without making direct contact, understanding its external face, its public-facing assets, and its organizational structure. Building upon that foundation, we move into footprinting. If reconnaissance is gathering scattered pieces of a puzzle, footprinting is starting to assemble those pieces to see the bigger picture. This involves mapping the target's network, identifying its digital presence in more detail. Attackers will look at DNS records, which reveal domain ownership and associated IP addresses. They'll perform HOI lookups to find registration details. They might use specialized search engines, often referred to as Shodan, which scour the internet for exposed devices and services, revealing everything from webcams to industrial control systems that are inadvertently connected to the public internet. They're trying to build a topological map of your digital assets, understanding what's connected to what, and where the boundaries lie. Finally, we arrive at scanning. This is where the why is this so crucial? Because each open port, each running service, each specific software version represents a potential entry point, a known vulnerability that might be exploited if it's not patched or configured securely. It's like gently rattling every door and window, checking for the slightest give. Let me paint a real-world picture for you. Imagine a threat actor, let's call her Vera, targeting a mid-sized financial consulting firm, Ascendant Analytics. Vera begins her reconnaissance by meticulously searching for Ascendant Analytics online. She visits their company website, noting the About Us section which proudly lists key leadership and their professional backgrounds. She moves to LinkedIn, where she finds dozens of Ascendant employees. She observes their roles, the projects they mention, and even common software tools they boast about mastering, proficient in Salesforce, Microsoft Dynamics, and custom financial modeling tools. She notices a recurring pattern in email addresses, typically first name. Last name @ascendantanalytics.com. She checks their public job postings, which reveal their IT department is seeking engineers familiar with specific cloud platforms, let's say AWS, and particular database technologies, like PostgreSQL. She even finds a press release celebrating their new state-of-the-art client portal, hinting at a complex web application. Next, Vera moves to footprinting. She performs a HOI lookup on ascendantanalytics.com, discovering their domain registrar and an administrative contact email. She then queries DNS records, unearthing several subdomains: clientportal.ascendantanalytics.com, mail.ascendantanalytics.com, and even a staging.ascendantanalytics.com that appears to be publicly accessible. This staging site immediately piques her interest. Often, these are less protected than production environments. She uses a tool like Shodan to search for Ascendant's public IP ranges, identifying a few exposed IP cameras and a network-attached storage device that appears to be running an older, unpatched firmware. Finally, Vera initiates scanning. She fires up Nmap, targeting the IP addresses associated with ascendantanalytics.com and its subdomains. The results start to trickle in. On clientportal.ascendantanalytics.com, she finds port 443 HTTPS open, as expected, but also port 8080, which often indicates an application server running a Java-based web application like Apache Tomcat. On the staging server, she finds not only web ports but also port 22 SSH and port 3306 MySQL, suggesting direct database access might be possible if she can crack credentials. Furthermore, Nmap's service detection reveals the exact version of the Apache web server on the main site, a slightly outdated one, and a specific version of OpenSSH on the staging server. These findings, seemingly innocuous in isolation, are now critical data points, forming a detailed blueprint of Ascendant Analytics' digital attack surface. Now, let's delve into the psychological analysis of why this phase, reconnaissance, footprinting, and scanning, matters so profoundly. For the attacker, this is the phase of quiet triumph, of intellectual engagement and calculated discovery. There's a thrill in piecing together the digital mosaic, in revealing the hidden vulnerabilities that others overlook. It's akin to a master chess player analyzing their opponent's previous games, understanding their tendencies, their strengths, and critically, their weaknesses. This meticulous preparation reduces the element of chance, provides a sense of control, and validates their hypothesis that the target is indeed susceptible. It's the groundwork that transforms a mere idea into a viable plan. Without this, the subsequent stages would be akin to stumbling around in the dark. For the defender, understanding this phase highlights a chilling reality: much of the information used against you is information you've provided, often unknowingly or unwittingly. It brings into sharp focus the concept of information hygiene: how much seemingly innocuous data. Let's return to Vera and Ascendant Analytics. From her scanning, Vera identified that the staging.ascendantanalytics.com server was running an outdated version of OpenSSH, specifically one known to have a remote code execution vulnerability if certain configurations were present. She also noted the presence of port 3306, indicating a MySQL database. While reviewing the staging site's web content, she discovered an unprotected administrative interface accessible directly from the public internet, meant for developers but never properly secured after deployment. Vera decided to focus on this administrative interface. She knew that developers often use simple, predictable passwords in staging environments. She initiated a targeted brute force attack, trying a dictionary of common username and password combinations against the admin login page. Within hours, her automated script hit a combination, username Devodman and password Winter 2022. A gasp of quiet triumph escapes her lips. She now had administrative access to the staging web application. This alone wasn't a full system breach, but it was her foot in the door. The administrative interface allowed her to upload custom themes and plugins. Vera, a master of stealth, didn't upload anything overtly malicious. Instead, she uploaded a seemingly benign custom error page plugin. However, hidden within this plugin's code was a small, obfuscated PHP script designed to create a reversed shell. When activated, this script would connect back to Vera's waiting server, establishing an outbound connection that often bypasses perimeter firewalls more easily than inbound attempts. She triggered the script by simply browsing to the custom error page URL. Suddenly, on her terminal, a new command prompt appeared, prefixed with web_user@staging server. She had gained a low-privilege shell on the staging server. It was silent, instantaneous, and likely completely unnoticed by any standard monitoring tools that weren't specifically looking for this particular outbound connection. This was the moment, the precise, almost surgical breach. She wasn't just observing from the outside anymore, she was inside. The thrill of this silent invasion was palpable, a testament to her patience and meticulous preparation. From a psychological perspective, this moment of breach is the attacker's ultimate rush, the culmination of their preparatory work. It's the aha moment, the undeniable proof that their analysis was correct and their exploit successful. There's a profound sense of accomplishment, a surge of adrenaline, and a feeling of immense power in successfully circumventing defenses. It validates their expertise and fuels their motivation for the subsequent phases. For the attacker, it's a silent, thrilling victory, a testament to their ingenuity and the target's oversight. For the defender, or rather, for the victim, the psychological impact of this phase, once discovered, is devastating. The terrifying aspect is its inherent stealth. Most often, the breach happens silently, without fanfare, without immediate alarms. Systems continue to function normally, users go about their day, utterly unaware that an intruder has just crossed their threshold. The realization, when it eventually comes, is one of profound violation and vulnerability. It's the unsettling feeling that your secure space has been invaded, your trust betrayed, and your defenses proven insufficient. This delayed discovery often leads to a chilling question: how long have they been in here? What have they seen? What have they done? This silence is the most unsettling aspect, turning a tangible event into an invisible, insidious threat. So, how do we practically apply this understanding to strengthen our defenses against the actual moment of breach? First and foremost, rigorous patch management is absolutely non-negotiable. The vast majority of successful breaches exploit known vulnerabilities for which patches already exist. Implement a robust, automated system for applying security updates to all operating systems, APPL. It's a painstaking process, but one that is absolutely essential for a successful, long-term compromise. Let's pick up with Vera, still inside Ascendant Analytics staging server. She has her low-privilege shell. Her immediate priority is to escalate her privileges. Through various techniques, perhaps exploiting another local vulnerability, or by cracking a weak password for a service account she found in a configuration file, she successfully escalates her privileges to root, the highest administrative access on the Linux server. Now with full control, Vera begins establishing persistence. She knows her initial PHP reverse shell is fragile. First, she creates a new user account, svc_backup_agent with a strong, randomly generated password and adds it to the pseudo group, giving it root privileges. This account looks like a legitimate service account, making it blend in. Next, she modifies the SSH daemon configuration to allow key-based authentication for this new user and injects her public SSH key, ensuring she can log in securely and without a password directly, even if the account's password were to change. She also plants a sophisticated rootkit, a small, hidden kernel module that intercepts system calls, specifically designed to hide her processes, files, and network connections associated with her backdoor. This makes it incredibly difficult for standard system utilities to detect her presence. Finally, just to be sure, she sets up a cron job, a scheduled task, to execute a small, encrypted binary every 12 hours. This binary attempts to establish a connection to a specific IP address on the Internet, acting as a backup beacon or reverse shell, ensuring she has a secondary path back if her primary SSH access is discovered and blocked. Having established her various backdoors, Vera turns her attention to covering her tracks. She first uses a specialized utility to clean the bash history file for her session, erasing all the commands she executed. She then meticulously navigates to the system's log directories, /var/log/. She searches for any entries related to her initial login, the PHP script execution, the privilege escalation attempts, and the creation of her new user account. She selectively edits these log files, carefully removing her traces while trying to avoid leaving obvious gaps that would raise suspicion. For any files she created or modified, she uses a utility called Touch to reset their access, modification, and change timestamps to make them appear older, blending them with existing system files. Before logging off her initial session, she uses a secure deletion utility to overwrite the temporary files and scripts she used during her attack, making them unrecoverable. Her last action is to ensure all her command and control traffic for her new backdoors is routed through a network of compromised servers in different countries, anonymizing her true origin and making her actions appear to originate from innocent third parties. She exits, leaving the system outwardly pristine, yet deeply compromised with multiple hidden points of re-entry. From a psychological standpoint, the persistence phase speaks to the attacker's long-term strategic thinking and their desire for ultimate control. It's about entrenchment, about transforming a temporary intrusion into a permanent residency. There's a profound satisfaction in knowing that, regardless of what the defenders do, they have a way back in, a digital sleeper agent nestled deep within the network. This provides a sense of security for the attacker, allowing them to retreat and return as needed, to operate with a degree of impunity. It demonstrates a commitment to the target and a long-term goal that extends beyond a single data exfiltration or act of sabotage. For the defender, the realization of established persistence, often discovered during a belated incident response, is particularly unnerving. It means that even after the initial breach is identified and supposedly remediated, the threat may still linger. It's the chilling concept of a hit. Chapter 4: The Human Element. Welcome, astute listener, to Chapter 4 of Terminal Compromise, The Human Element. As we delve deeper into the intricate world of cybersecurity, we've explored firewalls, encryption protocols, threat intelligence, and the ever-evolving digital battleground where machines clash with malicious code. Yet, there remains a fundamental truth, a persistent vulnerability that no amount of technological sophistication can ever fully eradicate. It is, unequivocally, the absolute weakest link in any security chain, us. The human element. Think for a moment about the most impenetrable vault, built with layers of reinforced steel, laser grids, and biometric scanners. Now imagine that a charming, persuasive individual simply walks up to the guard, convinces them to open the door, and strolls right in. That, my friends, is the essence of social engineering. It's not about hacking machines, it's about hacking minds. It bypasses firewalls by convincing a legitimate user to invite the threat inside. It renders encryption irrelevant by tricking someone into revealing the key. In the relentless pursuit of information or access, a cybercriminal's most potent weapon is often not a complex exploit kit, but a carefully crafted story, a compelling plea, or a seemingly innocuous request. This chapter is dedicated to illuminating this often overlooked yet critically important aspect of information security. We'll peel back the layers of deception to understand the psychological mechanics at play, to recognize the subtle cues of manipulation, and, most importantly, to fortify ourselves against these insidious attacks. Because understanding is the first line of defense, and awareness is the ultimate shield. Let's begin by dissecting some of the most prevalent forms of social engineering that you, or someone you know, have almost certainly encountered: phishing, spear phishing, and pretexting. While they share the common goal of deception, their methodologies vary, each designed to exploit different human vulnerabilities. First, let's talk about phishing. The term itself evokes images of a broad net cast into the digital ocean, hoping to snag as many unsuspecting victims as possible. Phishing attacks are typically indiscriminate, mass-market campaigns, designed to elicit a quick, unthinking reaction. Have you ever received an email claiming to be from your bank, your email provider, or a popular online store, warning you about a compromised account, an urgent delivery, or a suspicious login attempt? That, in its most common form, is phishing. Let me paint a picture for you. Imagine a Monday morning. Your inbox is overflowing. You're already late for a meeting, juggling a coffee cup and your phone. Amidst the legitimate emails, one subject line screams for your attention: urgent, your PayPal account has been limited due to unusual activity. You pause. PayPal. That's important. You open the email. It looks legitimate. The PayPal logo is there, the fonts are correct, the language is formal, even slightly threatening. It states that to restore full functionality, you must verify your account details immediately by clicking a link. The clock is ticking, the message implies. Fail to act, and your access will be permanently revoked. The psychological mechanics here are powerful. Firstly, there's the creation of urgency and fear. The threat of losing access to an important service, or worse, having your finances compromised, triggers an instinctive panic response. Our rational brain, under pressure, often takes a back seat to our emotional one. Secondly, there's the appeal to authority and legitimacy. The email looks like PayPal. It uses their branding. It speaks with an authoritative tone. We are conditioned to trust communications from institutions we do business with. Thirdly, there's the path of least resistance, a simple click. It's effortless. And in our busy lives, effortlessness is often king. But let's analyze this more deeply. Why does this matter? Because that link, my friend, does not lead to PayPal. It leads to a meticulously crafted replica. These are the attacks that frequently make headlines, not because of technological brilliance, but because of human fallibility. Your practical application steps to combat spear phishing are critical. The golden rule is out-of-band verification. This means that if you receive an unusual or urgent request, especially one involving money or sensitive information, verify it through a different communication channel than the one it arrived on. If it's an email, Call the sender using a pre-known, trusted phone number, not a number provided in the email. If the CEO emails you, pick up the phone and call their direct line or walk over to their office. Establish a company policy that all financial transactions above a certain threshold require verbal confirmation, regardless of who requests it. Cultivate a workplace culture where it's not just acceptable but encouraged to question suspicious requests, even from superiors. Better to be momentarily cautious than financially devastated. Moving on, we come to pretexting, which is essentially the art of creating a fabricated scenario, a convincing lie, to gain your trust and extract information. While often delivered via phone call, pretexting can also occur through email or even in person. The attacker crafts a believable backstory, or pretext, to justify their request for sensitive data. Imagine this: your phone rings. The caller ID displays unknown number, but when you answer, a friendly, professional voice says, "Hello, this is Brenda from the IT help desk, referencing ticket number 73492 regarding your recent reported issue with network connectivity. We're rolling out a critical security update, and it seems your workstation didn't receive it. To push the update and resolve your issue, I'll need to confirm your username and current password, and then I'll guide you through installing a small diagnostic tool. Now, you did experience some network hiccups yesterday, and you did think about calling IT, but you got sidetracked. So, this call feels incredibly timely and helpful. Brenda sounds genuinely concerned and competent. The psychological mechanics at play here are multifaceted. First, there's the element of reciprocity. Brenda is offering to help you resolve a problem, implying you should reciprocate by providing the requested information. Second, there's authority. IT help desk carries an inherent sense of legitimacy and expertise. Third, there's social proof. The mention of a critical security update suggests this is a widespread, legitimate operation. Fourth, there's scarcity and urgency once more, the implication that this is a critical, time-sensitive update that needs immediate action. And finally, liking. Brenda's friendly and helpful demeanor encourages trust and makes you more inclined to cooperate. Why does this matter? Because Brenda isn't from IT. She's a social engineer. That diagnostic tool is malware. Those credentials you provide will give her direct access to your system and potentially your company's network. Pretexting attacks are often used to gain initial access to an organization, to reset passwords, or to gather intelligence for future, more targeted attacks. They exploit our natural inclination to be helpful and to trust those who present themselves as legitimate authorities. Your practical application steps for pretexting are similar to spear phishing, but with an emphasis on verification of identity. If someone calls claiming to be from IT or any other department and asks for sensitive information or to install software, always verify their identity. Ask for their full name, department, and then politely state that you will call them back on the official company help desk number, which you look up independently, not a number they provide. Never give out your password or sensitive information over the phone unless you initiated the call to a verified number and are absolutely certain of the recipient's identity. Remember, legitimate IT departments rarely, if ever, ask for your password. They might ask you to reset it, or to confirm in for. This story, though fictionalized in its specifics, echoes countless real-world incidents. It vividly illustrates why social engineering matters so profoundly. The most sophisticated technical defenses are rendered obsolete when a user, through no fault of malice but often through a desire to be efficient or helpful, opens the digital gates from within. Let's now turn our attention to the deep psychology behind manipulation and why even intelligent, savvy people fall for these scams. It's easy to think, that would never happen to me. But the truth is, we are all susceptible. Our brains are wired with cognitive shortcuts, heuristics, and biases that, while generally useful for navigating a complex world, can be expertly exploited by social engineers. One of the most foundational psychological principles at play is the authority bias. From childhood, we are taught to respect and obey figures of authority, parents, teachers, police, doctors, and in a corporate context, our superiors. When an email or a phone call comes from a perceived authority figure, the CEO, IT support, a government agency, our natural inclination is to comply, often without questioning. The fear of displeasing or disrespecting authority can override our critical thinking faculties, especially under pressure. Next, there's the principle of urgency and scarcity. Attackers often inject a time-sensitive element into their requests, act now, or else. This creates a panic state, forcing us to make quick decisions, bypassing rational analysis. When something is presented as limited or about to disappear, our perceived value of it increases, and our desire to obtain or secure it intensifies. This is why phishing emails often warn of immediate account suspension or irreversible penalties. Another powerful tool is reciprocation. Humans have an ingrained sense of obligation to return favors. If a social engineer offers something seemingly helpful, "I'm calling to fix your computer," "I'm here to deliver a forgotten package," we often feel a subconscious pressure to reciprocate by providing the requested information or access. They create a psychological debt that we feel compelled to repay. Social proof is also highly effective. We often look to the actions and opinions of others to determine what is correct or appropriate. If a scammer mentions that everyone else in your department has already done this, or that this is a standard procedure being rolled out company-wide, it creates a sense that complying is the norm, and not complying makes us an outlier or problematic. This peer pressure, even when implied, can be very persuasive. The principle of liking is straightforward. We are more likely to comply with requests from people we like or who appear to be similar to us. Social engineers might flatter you, find common ground in conversation, or mimic your communication style to build rapport and create a sense of familiarity and trust, making you more amenable to their requests. Finally, there's commitment and consistency. Once we make a small commitment, we feel an internal pressure to remain consistent with that commitment. A social engineer might start with a small, seemingly harmless request. Once you comply, they might then escalate to a larger, more sensitive request, leveraging your psychological need to maintain consistency with your previous actions. This is often seen in multi-stage attacks where small pieces of information are gathered over time. So, why do smart people fall for these scams? It's rarely about a lack of intelligence. Often, it's a combination of factors: overconfidence, the "it won't happen to me" syndrome. We believe we're too smart, too savvy, to fall for something so obvious. This makes us less vigilant. Busyness and distraction: in our fast-paced, multitasking world, we're constantly bombarded with information. Our attention is fractured. A well-timed social engineering attempt can catch us off guard during a moment of distraction, when our critical filters are down. Desire to be helpful, many intelligent, empathetic. Social engineering, in its various forms like phishing, spear phishing, and pretexting, exploits our innate psychological biases and our moments of inattention or stress. We've seen how a seemingly simple act of clicking a link or sharing a password can unravel even the most sophisticated technological safeguards, leading to devastating consequences for individuals and organizations alike, as illustrated by the story of Spectra Corp. However, understanding these vulnerabilities is not a cause for despair, but a call to action. By cultivating healthy skepticism, embracing multi-factor authentication, investing in continuous security awareness training, establishing robust verification protocols, and fostering an environment of open reporting, we can transform the weakest link into a formidable line of defense. Our greatest strength lies not in technological prowess alone, but in an educated, vigilant, and resilient human workforce. As we move forward into Chapter 5, we will shift our focus from the broad strokes of human vulnerability to the intricate details of data protection and privacy, exploring the ethical considerations and regulatory frameworks that govern how our precious information is collected, stored, and utilized. But always remember, no matter how advanced our data encryption or how stringent our privacy policies, the human element will remain the ultimate gatekeeper, for better or for worse. Stay vigilant, stay informed, and most importantly, trust your instincts. Chapter 5: Critical Infrastructure at Risk. Welcome back, listeners, to Terminal Compromise. In our previous discussions, we peeled back the layers of digital vulnerability, exploring how our personal information and corporate secrets are constantly under siege. But what happens when the digital threat transcends the screen, leaping into the physical world, and directly impacting the very infrastructure that sustains our lives? This is not a question of theoretical disaster, but a pressing reality that demands our undivided attention. In this crucial Chapter 5, Critical Infrastructure at Risk, we embark on a deep dive into perhaps the most terrifying real-world potential of cyber attacks, their capacity to cripple our physical, life-sustaining systems. Imagine, if you will, a world where the power grid that lights your home, the hospital that cares for your loved ones, or the water treatment plant that delivers clean hydration to your tap, suddenly falls silent, not due to a natural calamity, but at the behest of an unseen assailant wielding nothing more than lines of malicious code. This is the chilling landscape we must now confront. Our modern societies are built upon an intricate web of interconnected systems, each a marvel of engineering, yet each increasingly dependent on digital control and communication. This reliance, while ushering in unprecedented efficiency and convenience, has also inadvertently created a vast attack surface, a myriad of entry points for those with nefarious intent. It's akin to the human body's nervous system, incredibly complex and efficient, but a targeted strike against a vital nerve can paralyze the entire organism. We are living in an era where the digital realm is no longer separate from the physical, it is inextricably interwoven, defining and directing its every function. A cyber attack on critical infrastructure isn't just a disruption, it's a direct assault on the fabric of civilization, threatening to unravel the very foundations of our daily existence. It forces us to reconsider what true security means in a world where physical barriers alone are insufficient, and where the most devastating blows can be delivered without a single shot being fired. This intersection of the digital and physical is where the most profound dangers lie, challenging our assumptions about safety and demanding a new paradigm of defense. Let us begin by exploring some of these glaring vulnerabilities, focusing on three pillars of modern society: our power grids, our hospitals, and our water supplies. Each presents a unique set of challenges and risks, yet all share a common thread of digital dependency that is, frankly, alarming. Their stability is paramount, and their susceptibility to cyber intrusion represents an existential threat to our comfort, our health, and our very survival. Consider first the power grid. It's an engineering marvel, a vast, interconnected network of generation plants, transmission lines, substations, and distribution networks stretching across continents, all working in concert to deliver electricity to every home, business, and institution. But beneath this tangible infrastructure lies a sophisticated digital nervous system, a complex array of computers, sensors, and communication protocols that monitor, control, and balance the flow of energy. This reliance on digital control, while enabling efficiency and remote management, also introduces a profound vulnerability. A successful cyber attack on a power grid isn't just about a localized outage, it can trigger a cascading failure, a domino effect that plunges entire regions into darkness, potentially for extended periods, far beyond the scope of a typical storm-related disruption. The sheer scale and interdependence of these systems mean that a seemingly minor breach in one area can rapidly propagate into widespread devastation. To illustrate this terrifying potential, let's cast our minds back to December of 2015, and again to December 2016, when parts of Ukraine experienced unprecedented power outages. These weren't random blackouts. They were the direct result of. Next, let's turn our attention to hospitals, sanctuaries of healing that are, paradoxically, increasingly vulnerable digital battlegrounds. Modern hospitals are incredibly complex ecosystems, relying heavily on interconnected networks for everything from patient admissions and electronic health records to operating sophisticated medical devices like MRI machines, surgical robots, and critical life support systems. The HVAC systems, the security systems, even the dispensing of medication, nearly every facet of a hospital's operation is now digitally managed, creating a vast and tempting target for cyber adversaries. A breach here isn't just a data leak, it's a direct threat to human life and well-being. Remember the global WannaCry ransomware attack of May 2017? While not specifically targeting critical infrastructure, its indiscriminate spread crippled organizations worldwide, and among the hardest hit were numerous hospitals, particularly within the UK's National Health Service, or NHS. Imagine a busy hospital on a Monday morning. Doctors and nurses prepare for surgeries, clinics are packed with patients, emergency rooms are bustling. Suddenly, screens freeze, vital patient data becomes inaccessible, and medical equipment designed to save lives goes offline. Scheduled surgeries were cancelled, ambulances were diverted, and medical staff were forced back to pen and paper record keeping, a chaotic return to a pre-digital era, all while dealing with critically ill patients. The attack didn't directly shut down power or water, but it severely impaired the ability of healthcare professionals to do their jobs, putting countless lives at risk and causing immense suffering. Patients waiting for urgent care faced delays, and those already in critical condition might have seen their outcomes worsened by the disruption. The psychological impact here is multi-layered and deeply unsettling. For patients, it's a profound violation of trust at their most vulnerable moment. The sick and injured depend on hospitals as places of refuge and healing. When those places are compromised, it breeds an acute sense of helplessness and fear, not just for oneself, but for loved ones. For medical professionals, it's a moral injury, a feeling of being unable to fulfill their oaths because the tools they rely on have been maliciously disabled, leading to burnout and profound distress. This scenario taps into our deepest fears about illness, death, and the inability to provide care when it's most desperately needed, eroding faith in institutions designed to protect us. What practical steps can we take regarding hospital cybersecurity? As individuals, while we can't directly secure a hospital's network, we can be more aware of how our personal health data is handled. Understand the privacy policies of your healthcare providers and question them if you feel uncomfortable about how your sensitive medical information is protected. Advocate for stronger cybersecurity regulations and increased funding for healthcare institutions, emphasizing that these investments are not luxuries but necessities for public safety. On a community level, support public awareness campaigns that highlight the importance of hospital cybersecurity and encourage local healthcare providers to invest in robust defenses, regular vulnerability assessments, and comprehensive training for their staff. This is an area where our collective voice can genuinely make a difference, demanding that our places of healing are as secure digitally as they are physically. And what about our water supplies? Clean, potable water is not merely a convenience, it is a fundamental human right and an absolute necessity for public health, sanitation, and even agriculture. The systems that purify and distribute water are incredibly complex, involving pumping stations, treatment facilities, filtration systems, and extensive piping networks. Like power grids, these systems are increasingly managed by sophisticated digital controls, often remotely, making them prime targets for those seeking to inflict widespread Stuxnet operated by subtly altering the rotational speeds of the centrifuges, causing them to spin out of control and tear themselves apart, while simultaneously providing false feedback to the operators, making everything appear normal on their monitoring screens. This was a physical attack executed entirely through digital means, an act of sabotage delivered through code. The psychological impact of Stuxnet was immense. It shattered the illusion of the air gap, demonstrating that even highly isolated, critical systems could be compromised with enough determination and sophistication. It introduced the chilling concept of a cyber weapon capable of real-world destruction, not just data theft. It fostered a deep unease, revealing that the very machinery designed to protect us, or provide for us, could be turned against us by an invisible hand, operating with precision and stealth. It was a wake-up call that the digital world could bleed into the physical with devastating consequences, and that even the most robust physical security measures might be irrelevant if the digital controls were compromised. It reshaped the global understanding of warfare, adding a silent, insidious dimension to conflict. What are the practical application steps for a listener here? While most of us are not directly managing SCADA systems, we can advocate for their modernization and security. Promote awareness in relevant industries about the critical need to secure these foundational technologies, encouraging investment in next-generation industrial control systems that are secure by design, and support research efforts to develop more resilient operational technologies that can withstand evolving cyber threats. Understand that the digital safety of these unseen systems directly impacts our safety and well-being, from the energy that powers our homes to the purity of our water. It's about recognizing that the security of an oil pipeline or a manufacturing plant, while seemingly distant, has direct implications for the prices we pay, the products we use, and the energy that powers our lives, affecting us all profoundly and immediately. Finally, let us paint a vivid, if sobering, picture of what a major cyber attack on critical infrastructure could mean for a large urban center. Imagine a bustling metropolis, perhaps New York, London, or Tokyo, going dark. The initial moments would likely be subtle. Perhaps the street lights flicker for a split second, then stabilize. A television screen might momentarily pixelate, a computer might briefly freeze. Then, a collective gasp as the lights go out, not just in one building, but across entire blocks, then districts, then the entire city. The familiar hum of the city, the constant background noise of human activity and mechanical operation, slowly, terrifyingly, fades into an unnatural silence, broken only by the distant, dying wails of car alarms. The sudden void of light would be disorienting, isolating, and deeply unsettling, transforming the familiar into something alien and menacing. Traffic lights would cease to function, throwing major arteries into immediate chaos, with collisions and gridlock quickly bringing movement to a halt. Elevators in towering skyscrapers would grind to a halt, trapping hundreds, perhaps thousands, in claustrophobic darkness, sparking widespread panic. Communication networks, dependent on power, would swiftly follow. Cell towers would run on battery backup for a few hours, then die, severing the digital lifeline that connects us, leaving millions isolated and unable to contact loved ones or emergency services. ATMs would go offline, rendering cash useless and preventing financial transactions. Gasoline pumps would stop working, stranding vehicles and halting emergency services, including vital ambulance and fire truck responses. Refrigeration would fail across homes and grocery stores, leading to widespread food spoilage within days, creating immediate concerns about sustenance. Hospitals, running on generators, would prioritize only the most critical cases, while of Chapter 6, Information Warfare. Welcome back, listeners. In our journey through terminal compromise, we have explored various facets of the digital realm, from the intricate dance of algorithms to the shadowy corners where privacy dissolves. Now, in Chapter 6, we confront a phenomenon that strikes at the very heart of truth and reality: information warfare. This isn't merely about secrets being stolen or systems being breached, it's about something far more insidious. We are talking about the deliberate, systematic manipulation of data to alter public perception, to ruin reputations, and ultimately, to twist reality itself. Consider for a moment the very fabric of our understanding. What if the news you read, the images you see, the voices you hear, were not just subtly biased, but entirely manufactured, designed with a singular, malicious intent? This is the battleground of information warfare, a domain where the weapon isn't a missile, but a meticulously crafted narrative, a digitally altered image, or a strategically deployed falsehood. It is a conflict fought not over territory, but over minds, not with bullets, but with bytes. And in our hyper-connected world, where information flows at light speed and attention spans dwindle, this form of warfare has become arguably the most potent threat to stable societies and individual autonomy. It targets our very capacity for critical thought, subtly eroding our trust in what is real and what is fabricated, leaving us adrift in a sea of manufactured doubt. How do we navigate such a treacherous landscape when the very compass of truth has been tampered with? Let's begin by defining information warfare within the contemporary landscape of social media and news. Gone are the days when propaganda was solely confined to state-controlled newspapers or muffled radio broadcasts. Today, information warfare is a dynamic, multi-front assault leveraging the very platforms we use to connect, learn, and express ourselves. It is a sophisticated evolution of psychological operations, amplified exponentially by the architecture of the Internet. Think of it as a highly coordinated campaign, not just to present a biased viewpoint, but to actively seed and spread false information, to discredit legitimate sources, and to amplify divisions that already exist within a society. What does this look like in practice? Imagine a situation where a national election is approaching. Suddenly, anonymous social media accounts begin to proliferate, each designed to appear as authentic grassroots voices. These accounts might start sharing seemingly innocuous memes, then gradually escalate to highly partisan content, often targeting specific demographics with tailored messages. Perhaps they highlight an obscure scandal, amplifying it out of proportion, or fabricate quotes attributed to a candidate. A compelling real-world example might be the widespread foreign interference campaigns observed during the 2016 U.S. presidential election. We saw numerous state-sponsored entities, particularly the Russian Internet Research Agency, deploying thousands of fake accounts across platforms like Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. These accounts mimicked American citizens, setting up fake groups and pages that discussed divisive social and political issues. They created and shared inflammatory content, often on both sides of a given debate, explicitly designed to polarize the electorate, sow discord, and undermine faith in democratic processes. They organized protests, sometimes pitting opposing groups against each other in real life, all while operating from thousands of miles away. The objective wasn't necessarily to support one candidate over another explicitly, but rather to create chaos, distrust, and a sense of pervasive uncertainty, effectively weakening the societal fabric from within. The sheer volume and professional execution of these campaigns demonstrated a new, potent form of information warfare. From a psychological perspective, why does this matter so profoundly? Because these campaigns exploit fundamental human cognitive biases and SOC. Had it been more subtly crafted or released in a less scrutinized environment, it could have profoundly damaged the politician's reputation, swayed public opinion, or even incited civil unrest. The technological capability now exists to create seemingly undeniable evidence that is entirely untrue, blurring the lines of what we can trust with our own eyes and ears. Disinformation campaigns, as we've touched upon, are broader. Think of them as a coordinated ecosystem of deception. For instance, during a major public health crisis, a disinformation campaign might involve a network of websites, social media accounts, and even seemingly legitimate news outlets all pushing a false narrative about the origins of the virus, the efficacy of treatments, or the dangers of vaccines. These narratives are often designed to exploit existing fears, anxieties, or distrust in institutions. They might leverage partially true facts twisted into elaborate conspiracies, or simply invent stories wholesale, then amplify them through bots and paid influencers. Consider the early days of the COVID-19 pandemic. We saw numerous disinformation campaigns, some state-sponsored, others driven by fringe groups, spreading utterly baseless claims. One such campaign involved the proliferation of stories linking the virus to 5G cellular technology, leading to actual attacks on cell towers in various countries. Another involved false cures and miracle treatments that had no scientific basis, potentially leading people to avoid legitimate medical advice. These campaigns weren't just about sharing a single lie, they were about creating an alternative reality, a coherent but false narrative that resonated with a segment of the population, leading to tangible harm and widespread confusion. Finally, psychological operations, or PSYOPs, are the overarching strategic framework. These are not always about spreading outright falsehoods, but more often about shaping perceptions, manipulating emotions, and subtly influencing behavior over time. A classic example of a PSYOP, though not from the digital age, might be leaflet drops during wartime designed to undermine enemy morale. In the modern context, a PSYOP might involve a long-term strategy to exacerbate societal divisions, perhaps by funding different activist groups through proxies, encouraging protests on both sides of a contentious issue, or subtly promoting content that fosters distrust in democratic institutions. The goal isn't always to present a specific piece of information, but to create a general atmosphere of cynicism, division, or resignation, making a population more susceptible to future manipulation. It's the slow, steady drip that eventually erodes the stone, not a sudden flood. Psychologically, these tools and strategies matter because they directly attack our cognitive and emotional faculties. Deepfakes erode our trust in visual and auditory evidence, which humans historically rely on as direct proof. When you can't believe your own eyes and ears, a profound sense of disorientation and paranoia can set in. Disinformation campaigns exploit our inherent biases and tribal loyalties, turning our desire for belonging into a vulnerability. They feed on confirmation bias, reinforcing our existing worldviews, and create echo chambers where false narratives thrive unchallenged. The illusory truth effect is particularly potent here. Simply hearing a falsehood repeated enough times, even from dubious sources, can make it feel true. Furthermore, these campaigns often weaponize emotions. Fear, anger, resentment, and even hope can be leveraged to drive engagement and belief, overriding rational thought. When we are emotionally charged, our critical faculties are diminished, making us more susceptible to manipulation. This continuous assault on truth leads to cognitive dissonance, where individuals hold conflicting beliefs and struggle to reconcile them, often choosing the path of least resistance by doubling down on their existing, often false, convictions. This, in turn, can lead to a pervasive sense of "this is not about personal privacy, it's about the integrity of information at the highest levels of national security, impacting millions of lives." Similarly, consider medical research. If data from clinical trials is subtly altered by an unethical pharmaceutical company to exaggerate the efficacy of a drug or downplay side effects, it's not a privacy issue for the patients, but a profound integrity issue that could lead to widespread harm if the drug is approved and prescribed. From a psychological analysis standpoint, the erosion of data integrity is devastating because it attacks the very foundation of trust, not just trust in people, but trust in systems, institutions, and objective reality itself. Humans construct their understanding of the world based on information they believe to be reliable. When that reliability is systematically undermined, it creates deep epistemic confusion. If official records, scientific reports, and historical accounts can be subtly rewritten, then what can anyone truly believe? This leads to a pervasive sense of cynicism and relativism, where every piece of information becomes suspect, and individuals retreat into subjective interpretations or simply give up trying to discern truth from falsehood. This phenomenon is sometimes referred to as the Gresham's law of information. Borrowing from economics, bad money drives out good. In the information age, bad, corrupted, or fake information can drive out good, accurate, and truthful information, not necessarily by replacing it directly, but by rendering all information suspect and devaluing the very currency of truth. When the public no longer trusts any source, even legitimate ones, because of past integrity breaches, it becomes impossible for a society to make informed decisions, whether about public health, climate change, or democratic elections. The psychological impact is a fractured reality, where consensus on basic facts becomes impossible, leading to further polarization and societal fragmentation. So, what are the practical application steps for you to safeguard against threats to data integrity? Firstly, advocate for and support systems that prioritize data provenance and transparency. Understanding the chain of custody for critical information, where it came from, who handled it, and how it was processed, is vital. For businesses and organizations, this means implementing robust data governance policies, regular audits, and immutable ledger technologies, like blockchain, for highly sensitive data where a verifiable history of every change is crucial. Secondly, personally cultivate a habit of questioning not just the content of information, but its origin and journey. Is the source verified? Has it been through proper channels? Are there cryptographic signatures or hashes that can confirm its unaltered state? Thirdly, support independent fact-checking organizations and journalistic endeavors that invest in meticulous verification processes. Their work is essential in maintaining a baseline of integrity for publicly available information. Finally, for critical data in your own life, financial records, legal documents, personal archives, employ robust digital signing and hashing technologies where available. These tools allow you to cryptographically verify that a file has not been tampered with since it was signed. While you may not be directly preventing nation-state level attacks, by promoting and utilizing these practices, you contribute to a culture that values and protects data integrity, making our collective information environment more resilient. In summary, we have delved into the complex and often sinister world of information warfare. We've defined it as the deliberate manipulation of data to twist perception and reality, and seen how it manifests across modern social media and news. We explored the specific threats posed by deepfakes, large-scale disinformation campaigns, and subtle psychological operations, understanding how they exploit our innate cognitive biases and emotional vulnerabilities. And critical. Chapter 7: The Corporate Battlefield. Welcome back to Terminal Compromise. In our previous discussions, we peeled back layers of digital threats that lurk in the shadows, affecting individuals and small businesses alike. But what happens when the target isn't a single person or a localized enterprise, but a sprawling global corporation, a titan of industry with billions at stake and thousands of jobs on the line? How are these giants, with their supposedly impenetrable defenses and vast resources, brought to their knees? Today, we journey into Chapter 7, The Corporate Battlefield, a stark look at how global businesses are relentlessly targeted for intellectual property theft and crippling ransomware attacks. This isn't just about financial loss, it's about national security, economic stability, and the very foundation of innovation being systematically eroded. The threats we discuss now operate on an entirely different scale, leveraging sophisticated tactics, vast networks, and often, state-level backing. They are designed not merely to inconvenience, but to devastate, to compromise entire operations, and to steal the very secrets that define a company's competitive edge. Consider for a moment the sheer complexity of defending a multinational corporation. Imagine a company with offices in a dozen countries, employees working remotely across time zones, intricate supply chains spanning continents, and a digital footprint that stretches across every corner of the Internet. Each endpoint, each server, each cloud service, each employee becomes a potential vulnerability, a doorway through which malicious actors can enter. And when they do enter, their objectives are often far more insidious than simple financial gain. They seek to paralyze, to extort, or to simply pilfer the crown jewels, the proprietary designs, the secret formulas, the cutting-edge algorithms that represent years of research and development, billions in investment, and the future of an entire industry. The battlefield is indeed global, and the weapons are invisible, yet their impact is profoundly tangible and destructive. Let's begin by examining one of the most explosive and pervasive threats currently facing global businesses, the meteoric rise and terrifying business model of ransomware as a service, or RaaS. For those unfamiliar, RaaS isn't just a type of malware, it's an entire criminal enterprise structured like a legitimate software company, complete with customer support, tiered pricing, and even affiliate programs. Think of it as a franchise model for cybercrime. Instead of a single, highly skilled hacker painstakingly developing and deploying a bespoke ransomware strain, RAS platforms provide all the tools, infrastructure, and even technical support to anyone willing to pay a subscription fee or a cut of the profits. This democratization of cybercrime has lowered the barrier to entry significantly, allowing less technically proficient individuals or groups to launch devastating attacks, effectively turning them into cyber gangsters with minimal effort. The developers create the malicious code, the infrastructure, and handle the cryptocurrency transactions, while the affiliates, often called distributors, are responsible for finding targets and deploying the ransomware. When a victim pays, the profits are split, typically with the RAS operator taking a percentage, sometimes as high as 40%, leaving the affiliate with a substantial payday. Why has this model exploded in popularity? Because it works. It leverages the power of specialization, allowing different criminal groups to focus on what they do best, whether that's developing highly sophisticated malware or simply casting a wide net for vulnerable targets. This has led to a significant increase in the volume and sophistication of ransomware attacks, impacting every sector imaginable, from healthcare and education to critical infrastructure and manufacturing. To truly understand the gravity of RAS, let's cast our minds back to a real-world incident that sent shockwaves across the United States in May of 2021, the Colonial Pipeline attack. Colonial Pipeline, a critical piece of American infrastructure, transports approximately 45% of the fuel consumed on the East Coast. When the DarkSide ransomware group, a notorious RAS operator, successfully infiltrated their systems, it wasn't just a data breach, it was an operational catastrophe. The company, fearing that the ransomware might spread to its operational technology systems, took the unprecedented step of proactively shutting down its pipeline. Imagine for a moment the chilling decision-making process within Colonial Pipeline's executive suite, faced with a digital gun to their head, the potential for widespread physical disruption, even explosions, hanging in the balance. They chose to halt operations. The immediate aftermath was chaos. Fuel shortages gripped states along the East Coast. Panic buying led to long lines at gas stations and skyrocketing prices. People couldn't get to work, deliveries were delayed, and the economy faced a sudden, unexpected chokehold. The company ultimately paid a ransom of 75 Bitcoin, valued at approximately $4.4 million at the time, to regain access to their systems, though a significant portion was later recovered by law enforcement. What does this tell us psychologically? The Colonial Pipeline incident laid bare the profound vulnerability of our interconnected world and the terrifying power of ransomware. For the executives at Colonial Pipeline, the psychological toll must have been immense, the crushing weight of responsibility, the frantic scramble to restore services, the public scrutiny, the fear of an even worse outcome. For the general public, it created a visceral sense of helplessness and anger. We rely on these critical infrastructures every single day without a second thought, and suddenly, they were threatened by an unseen enemy, disrupting our lives in very tangible ways. It exposed the fragility of our modern conveniences and underscored that cyber attacks are no longer abstract threats confined to computer screens. They have real-world consequences that ripple through society, impacting everything from gas prices to hospital operations. The psychological impact on victims is designed to induce panic, to exploit the urgent need for operational continuity, pushing companies to pay the ransom to make the pain stop, regardless of the long-term implications. So, what can be done to combat this insidious threat? Practical application steps for listeners, especially those involved in business and IT, are crucial. First and foremost, implementing robust backup and recovery strategies is non-negotiable. Critical data must be regularly backed up, isolated from the main network, and thoroughly tested to ensure it can be restored quickly and reliably. Think of it as HAV. There's an internal scramble to understand how such a breach could have occurred, leading to suspicion, blame, and a breakdown of internal cohesion. The innovators themselves, the scientists and engineers who poured their lives into this breakthrough, feel demoralized and personally attacked. Their hard work has been devalued, their creativity exploited. For the company's leadership, there's the frustration of knowing their future has been stolen, coupled with the immense pressure to mitigate the damage, to reassure investors, and to somehow regain their footing in a market that now sees them as vulnerable and compromised. This form of theft is particularly insidious because it often goes undetected for extended periods, and even when discovered, proving it in court can be incredibly challenging, leaving the victimized company with a lingering sense of injustice and helplessness. So, how can businesses protect their precious trade secrets from such sophisticated attacks? Practical application steps for listeners are critical here. Firstly, implement robust data loss prevention, or DLP, solutions. These systems monitor and control data in motion, in use, and at rest, preventing sensitive information from leaving the network without authorization. Secondly, enforce strict access controls based on the principle of least privilege, meaning employees only have access to the information absolutely necessary for their job functions. Regularly review and update these permissions. Thirdly, conduct thorough background checks for all employees, especially those in sensitive positions, and include strong non-disclosure agreements, or NDAs, in employment contracts. Fourth, cultivate a culture of security awareness, educating employees about the value of intellectual property and the methods used by corporate spies, including social engineering. Fifth, implement strong monitoring and auditing of data access and transfer activities, looking for unusual patterns, such as large data downloads outside of normal working hours. Finally, consider implementing robust insider threat programs, which combine technology and human oversight to identify potential risks before they escalate. These proactive measures are essential because once a trade secret is stolen and disseminated, it is virtually impossible to retrieve, making prevention the only truly effective strategy. Lastly, let's delve into the cascading financial and reputational fallout of a massive corporate data breach. While ransomware causes immediate operational paralysis and trade secret theft impacts long-term competitiveness, a data breach, particularly one involving sensitive customer information, can be a slow-burning inferno, inflicting damage on multiple fronts for years to come. It's a multifaceted disaster that begins with the breach itself but quickly expands to encompass regulatory fines, class action lawsuits, customer churn, plummeting stock prices, difficulty attracting and retaining talent, and a pervasive, long-term erosion of brand trust and market reputation. The cost is not just measured in dollars spent on forensics and remediation, it's measured in intangible assets that are incredibly difficult to rebuild. Think back to the Equifax data breach in 2017. Equifax, one of the three major consumer credit reporting agencies in the United States, suffered a catastrophic breach that exposed the personal information of nearly 150 million Americans, that's roughly half the country's population. The compromised data included names, social security numbers, birth dates, addresses, and in some cases, driver's license numbers and credit card numbers. Imagine the horror of discovering that the very entity entrusted with safeguarding your most sensitive financial information had allowed it to be stolen. This wasn't just a loss of data, it was a profound violation of privacy on an unprecedented scale. The financial costs for Equifax were astronomical, over $1.4 billion in settlements with federal and state regulators and consumer lawsuits, plus hundreds of millions m. Chapter 8, The Government Paradox. Welcome back, listeners, to Terminal Compromise. In our journey through the intricate and often shadowy world of cybersecurity, we've explored the foundational principles of digital security, the psychological vulnerabilities that hackers exploit, and the sophisticated tactics employed by malicious actors. Today, in Chapter 8, we delve into perhaps the most complex and ethically fraught aspect of this digital battleground, the government paradox. Here, we confront a fundamental contradiction at the heart of national cybersecurity strategies. Governments, by their very nature, are expected to be the ultimate protectors of their citizens, their infrastructure, and their national interests in the digital realm. They invest colossal sums in building defensive capabilities, establishing cyber command centers, and training elite teams to shield us from attacks. Yet, these same governments are simultaneously among the most prolific and sophisticated perpetrators of cyber attacks, engaging in espionage, sabotage, and influence operations against other nations, and sometimes, even against their own populations. This dual role creates a profound paradox. How can an entity be both the staunch defender and the stealthy aggressor? How do we reconcile the public face of protection with the clandestine reality of penetration? This isn't merely a theoretical philosophical debate, it has very real, tangible consequences for global stability, individual liberty, and the very fabric of trust in our institutions. We are talking about the ultimate expression of power in the digital age, where lines blur, and the intentions behind a digital fingerprint can be incredibly difficult to discern. It's a tightrope walk over an abyss of potential global cyber conflict, with our digital lives hanging in the balance. Understanding this paradox is not just about comprehending geopolitical power plays, it's about recognizing the systemic risks that permeate our interconnected world, risks that originate from the very entities sworn to protect us. It challenges our comfortable assumptions about who the good guys and bad guys really are in the digital battlefield, forcing us to grapple with shades of gray that are far more complex than simple black and white. Let's begin by unraveling the secretive world of state-sponsored Advanced Persistent Threat Groups, or APTs. These are not your garden-variety cybercriminals operating from a basement. APTs are highly organized, well-funded, and incredibly patient units operating at the behest of national governments. Their missions are diverse, ranging from stealing intellectual property to gaining strategic advantage, from destabilizing critical infrastructure to conducting political espionage. What makes them advanced is their sophisticated toolkit, often featuring custom-built malware, zero-day exploits, and novel attack vectors. They are persistent because they will continually attempt to breach a target, adapting their methods, and once inside, they maintain a long-term presence, often lying dormant for months or even years, ready to be activated. And they are, unequivocally, a threat on a national and international scale. Consider the infamous case of Stuxnet. This was no ordinary virus, it was a highly targeted digital weapon, widely believed to have been developed by the United States and Israel, specifically designed to sabotage Iran's nuclear program. Stuxnet demonstrated an unprecedented level of sophistication. It didn't just steal data, it physically damaged centrifuges by subtly altering their rotational speeds, causing them to tear themselves apart. The malware was delivered covertly, perhaps via a contaminated USB drive, meticulously mapping the industrial control systems of the Natanz enrichment facility. It lay hidden, waiting for the precise conditions, mimicking normal operations to evade detection, before striking with surgical precision. The genius and terror of Stuxnet lay in its ability to bridge the gap between the digital and physical worlds, causing real-world kinetic damage with. Programs like PRISM revealed that the NSA was collecting internet communications from major U.S. tech companies like Google, Apple, and Facebook, directly from their servers. Another program, Xkeyscore, allowed analysts to search vast databases of global internet data without prior authorization. The scale was staggering, suggesting that ordinary citizens, not just suspected terrorists, were being swept into a dragnet of surveillance. The documents painted a picture of governments routinely bypassing or subverting encryption, collecting metadata on billions of phone calls, and accessing emails and chats on a global scale. It wasn't just about targeting specific individuals, it was about mass collection, the idea being that the haystack needed to be impossibly large to find the proverbial needle. Psychologically, the Snowden revelations were a profound shock to the global psyche. They shattered public trust in government agencies, particularly those tasked with intelligence gathering. The realization that our private communications, our digital footprints, our most intimate online interactions could be subject to pervasive, secret government surveillance created a powerful chilling effect. People began to self-censor, to hesitate before expressing controversial opinions online, to question the security of every digital service they used. The very concept of a private digital space seemed to evaporate, replaced by a pervasive feeling of being watched, of constantly being under an invisible gaze. This feeling of being powerless against an omnipresent state apparatus can lead to apathy and disengagement, or conversely, to a deep-seated resentment and distrust that undermines democratic participation. The erosion of privacy isn't just an inconvenience, it can fundamentally alter human behavior, stifling creativity, critical thinking, and political discourse, making us less free, not more secure. The cognitive dissonance of being told you are protected while simultaneously being watched by your protector is deeply unsettling and creates a pervasive sense of insecurity about one's digital self. What then are the practical applications for us as individuals navigating this complex terrain? First and foremost, become an informed digital citizen. Understand what data you are generating, who is collecting it, and how it might be used. Read privacy policies, even if it feels daunting. Support privacy-enhancing legislation and advocate for stronger protections for individual data rights. Secondly, adopt privacy-preserving technologies and habits. Use end-to-end encrypted messaging apps like Signal. Employ virtual private networks (VPNs) to encrypt your internet traffic and mask your IP address. Utilize privacy-focused browsers or browser extensions that block trackers. Be mindful of the permissions you grant to apps on your phone. Question the need for every piece of information a service asks for. Remember, while no technology offers absolute immunity from sophisticated state actors, layering these protections significantly raises the bar, making it more difficult and costly for surveillance efforts to succeed. It's about making yourself a less attractive, less convenient target, and actively reclaiming your digital autonomy where possible. It's also about supporting the legal and political movements that push for greater transparency and accountability from governments regarding their surveillance powers, ensuring a democratic check on unchecked authority. Finally, let's explore a particularly dangerous facet of this government paradox, the concept of zero-day vulnerability hoarding by intelligence agencies. A zero-day refers to a software vulnerability that is unknown to the vendor and therefore has 0 days since it was publicly disclosed or patched. These are incredibly valuable flaws because there is no defense against them, and they can be exploited with devastating effect. Intelligence agencies around the world actively seek out and acquire these 0 days, either by discovering them themselves or purchasing them from Unday. We must push for a global consensus that prioritizes the collective security of the Internet over the strategic advantage gained by a few, recognizing that the collateral damage of leaked cyber weapons far outweighs any short-term intelligence benefits. In summation, Chapter 8, The Government Paradox, has laid bare the complex and often contradictory roles governments play in our digital lives. They are simultaneously our most powerful protectors, building formidable digital fortresses, and our most sophisticated perpetrators, developing and deploying cutting-edge cyber weapons. We've explored the hidden world of state-sponsored advanced persistent threat groups, recognizing that nation-states are engaged in a perpetual, invisible war. We've grappled with the profound tension between national security imperatives and individual privacy rights, a conflict that shapes our digital freedoms. And we've confronted the perilous strategy of zero-day hoarding, exemplified by the global chaos unleashed by Eternal Blue, a stark reminder that the tools of protection can, through unforeseen circumstances, become instruments of widespread harm. This paradox is not easily resolved, nor are there simple answers. It demands constant vigilance, critical thinking, and active participation from all of us. As citizens, as users of technology, and as stakeholders in the global digital commons, we must remain informed, question authority, and advocate for policies that prioritize collective security, transparency, and the fundamental rights of individuals in the digital age. The choices governments make in this realm have profound implications for our safety, our freedoms, and the very future of the Internet. Having explored the treacherous landscape of state-sponsored cyber activity and the inherent paradoxes within government actions, our next chapter will delve into an equally critical and often misunderstood aspect of cybersecurity, Chapter 9, The Human Firewall. We will shift our focus from the machines and the states to the most crucial, yet often overlooked, element in our digital defenses, ourselves. Join us as we uncover how human psychology, education, and vigilance can be both the greatest vulnerability and the strongest protection against the myriad threats we've discussed. Chapter 9, The Personal Fallout. Chapter 9, The Personal Fallout. Welcome back. Throughout our journey in terminal compromise, we've delved deeply into the shadowy world of global cyber warfare, state-sponsored espionage, and the sophisticated threats lurking in the digital ether. We've explored the intricate web of geopolitical maneuvering, the high-stakes chess game played by intelligence agencies, and the profound implications these digital conflicts have for nations and critical infrastructure. But as we transition into this chapter, I want us to shift our focus dramatically. We're going to pull back from the abstract, from the grand narratives of international security, and bring it all down to a profoundly personal level. We're going to confront the very real, very painful truth that these seemingly distant global cyber threats can, and often do, translate into absolutely devastating individual consequences for you, the listener, and for people just like you, living their everyday lives? It's one thing to read about a data breach affecting millions, or a ransomware attack crippling a hospital system. These headlines are alarming, certainly, but they can sometimes feel remote, like something happening to them, not to us. Our natural human tendency is to feel somewhat insulated from these vast, complex issues. But what if those global threats pierce through that perceived insulation and land squarely on your doorstep? What if the compromised servers of a major corporation or a governmental agency suddenly mean your personal financial stability is shattered, your medical privacy irrevocably lost, or your very identity stolen and twisted into something unrecognizable? This chapter is designed to make those threats tangible, to illustrate the agonizing personal toll that digital compromise can inflict, and to empower you with the understanding needed to guard against it. We will explore how these threats manifest in your personal sphere, detailing the profound and often debilitating impact they have on individuals, families, and futures. Let's begin by painting a vivid picture of perhaps the most terrifying and disruptive personal consequence of a major cyber breach, the agonizing, bureaucratic nightmare of total identity theft. Imagine waking up one morning, perhaps to a flurry of alarming emails or phone calls, informing you that your credit cards have been maxed out on purchases you never made, or that a new car loan has been taken out in your name, or even worse, that you've been denied a mortgage because your credit score has plummeted into the abyss, ravaged by fraudulent accounts. This isn't just a minor inconvenience, it's an existential crisis. The initial shock gives way to a sickening feeling of violation, a profound sense that a part of you, your digital self, has been hijacked and is now being used for illicit purposes. Consider the harrowing experience of someone like Sarah, a fictional but composite character whose story reflects countless real-world victims. Sarah was a diligent financial planner, meticulous with her records, always cautious online. Yet, through no fault of her own, a database breach at a major healthcare provider exposed her personal information, not just her name and address, but her social security number, date of birth, and even some sensitive medical history. Within weeks, the nightmare began. She started receiving bills for medical procedures she never underwent. Then came the phone calls from debt collectors for accounts she never opened. Her credit cards, always paid in full, were suddenly showing thousands of dollars in unauthorized charges. The first step was disbelief, then a cold dread. She called her bank, then her credit card companies, then the credit bureaus. Each call was a repetition of her story, each conversation filled with the frustrating need to prove her innocence, to convince strangers that she was indeed the victim, not the perpetrator. Psychologically, this experience is profoundly damaging. It's not merely a financial loss, it's a profound violation of trust and personal autonomy. The F. Additionally, keep meticulous records of all communications, police reports, and incident numbers if you do become a victim. This detailed paper trail will be invaluable as you navigate the complex recovery process, providing concrete evidence to present to banks, credit bureaus, and law enforcement. And remember, be suspicious of unsolicited calls or emails requesting personal information. Legitimate institutions rarely ask for sensitive data over unsecured channels. Beyond the immediate crisis of identity theft, let's consider the insidious, long-term impacts of compromised medical or financial records. These aren't just one-off events, they can cast a long shadow over your future, affecting fundamental aspects of your life from healthcare access to career opportunities. Take medical records. The thought of your private health information being exposed is deeply unsettling, isn't it? What if a breach reveals a pre-existing condition, a history of mental health treatment, or sensitive genetic data? This isn't merely an abstract privacy concern. Compromised medical records can lead to devastating real-world consequences. For instance, an identity thief might use your insurance information to obtain prescription drugs or even undergo costly medical procedures, leaving you with the bill and potentially hitting your annual deductible without your knowledge. Imagine trying to explain to your insurance company that you never had that appendectomy, or that you didn't receive those expensive medications, while simultaneously dealing with the stress of your actual health needs. Beyond fraud, the revelation of private medical data could lead to discrimination in employment or insurance eligibility. An employer might hesitate to hire you if they discover a chronic illness, or an insurance provider might deny you coverage based on a leaked diagnosis. The potential for social stigma, embarrassment, or even blackmail, especially concerning highly sensitive conditions, is immense. Your most intimate health details, meant solely for your trusted medical professionals, become fodder for malicious actors or public consumption, stripping you of dignity and control over your personal narrative. Consider the story of Mr. Henderson, a quiet, diligent high school teacher. His local hospital suffered a sophisticated ransomware attack, and while they eventually recovered their systems, a cache of patient data, including his, was exfiltrated and later sold on the dark web. Years later, as he neared retirement, he applied for a life insurance policy. To his shock, he was denied, with the provider citing a pre-existing condition he'd been treated for a decade prior, a condition he had managed successfully and which posed no current health risk. But because his sensitive data was out there, easily accessible, it was used against him. The psychological toll of this kind of exposure is profound. It can lead to a pervasive sense of anxiety, a constant worry that this deeply personal information will resurface at the worst possible moment. It can make you hesitant to seek necessary medical care, fearing further exposure, and erode your trust in healthcare providers, who are meant to be the guardians of your most vulnerable details. Similarly, compromised financial records can cripple your long-term stability. It's not just about a few fraudulent charges. If your bank account numbers, investment details, or loan information are exposed, the damage can be far more extensive. Your credit score, that crucial numerical representation of your financial trustworthiness, can be obliterated. This then impacts your ability to secure a home loan, finance a car, or even rent an apartment. Some employers conduct credit checks as part of their hiring process, meaning a compromised financial record could even jeopardize your career prospects. The insidious nature of this type of compromise is that it often isn't immediately apparent. The fraudulent activities might go undetected for months, quietly accumulating debt in your name, until you suddenly find yourself Without a second thought, she updated the details and authorized the payment for a large order. It wasn't until the real supplier called, inquiring about the overdue payment, that she discovered the sophisticated fraud. The funds were unrecoverable, leaving her small business with a significant financial hole and a critical supply chain disruption. For a small business owner, such a loss can be catastrophic. It can mean dipping into personal savings, delaying employee salaries, or even facing bankruptcy. The psychological burden here is compounded by the responsibility for employees and the fear of business failure. It creates a deep sense of distrust in digital communication, something essential for modern commerce, and leaves a lasting scar on the entrepreneur's spirit. How do we equip ourselves to fight back against these calculated deceptions? The practical application steps revolve around education, skepticism, and verification. Develop a healthy dose of skepticism for any urgent, unsolicited requests, especially those involving money or personal information. Always verify. If you receive an email or call from someone claiming to be from your bank, a family member in distress, or a business associate, do not use the contact information provided in the suspicious communication. Instead, independently look up their official phone number or email address and contact them directly to confirm the request. For businesses, implement robust financial controls, including a two-person rule for approving significant wire transfers or changes to vendor payment details. This means requiring two different individuals to review and authorize such transactions. Train employees regularly on common scam tactics, creating a culture of vigilance. Back up your data regularly to an offline or secure cloud location to protect against ransomware attacks. And never click on suspicious links or open attachments from unknown senders. These seemingly simple steps are your strongest defenses against falling prey to financially ruinous targeted attacks. In summary, the digital world, for all its convenience and connectivity, harbors profound threats that can translate into deeply personal suffering. From the bureaucratic hell of identity theft to the long-term shadow cast by compromised medical and financial records, and the outright financial ruin brought about by targeted scams, the fallout from cyber compromise is anything but abstract. It directly impacts your peace of mind, your financial stability, your relationships, and your future. Understanding these personal stakes is not meant to instill fear, but rather to cultivate a heightened sense of awareness and empower you with the knowledge and tools necessary for resilience. The threats are real, but so too are the defenses you can employ. vigilance, education, and proactive measures are your strongest allies in this ongoing digital battle. As we conclude this chapter, reflecting on the personal impact of global cyber threats, it becomes clear that our individual digital hygiene is intricately linked to collective security. In the next chapter, we will expand our perspective once again, exploring the broader implications of these personal compromises on societal trust and the erosion of faith in our digital systems. We will examine how a cumulative effect of individual breaches and widespread digital insecurity can unravel the very fabric of our interconnected world, impacting everything from commerce to civic participation. Join me as we delve into Chapter 10, Erosion of Trust. Chapter 10, The Evolution of Defense. Welcome back to Terminal Compromise. In our previous discussions, we explored the escalating threats that define our digital landscape, the intricate dance between attackers and defenders, and the profound implications when security measures falter. But as the shadows lengthen, it is crucial to remember that this is not a one-sided conflict. Today, in Chapter 10, we turn our gaze towards the evolution of defense, a testament to human ingenuity, collaborative spirit, and technological advancement in the face of persistent digital adversity. This chapter is about hope, about resilience, and about understanding how the cybersecurity industry, alongside dedicated ethical hackers and increasingly sophisticated automated systems, is not merely reacting to threats but actively fighting back, innovating with a fervor that matches, and often surpasses, that of their adversaries. Our journey through this evolution begins with a foundational shift in how we conceive of security itself. For decades, the perimeter defense model, akin to a medieval castle with high walls and a moat, dominated our thinking. You protected the outside, and assumed everything within was safe. But what happens when the enemy is already inside, or when they tunnel under the walls? This realization has spurred the widespread adoption of two powerful concepts: strong encryption and zero-trust architecture. Consider strong encryption, not merely as a technical feature, but as a fundamental right to privacy in the digital age. It's the cryptographic lock and key that scrambles your information, making it unreadable to anyone without the proper key. Imagine a global messaging application, like Signal or WhatsApp, with its end-to-end encryption. When you send a message, it's scrambled on your device, travels across the internet as a garbled mess, and is only unscrambled on the recipient's device. Not even the service provider can read your conversation. A compelling real-world example of its efficacy emerged during the debate around government access to encrypted communications. When intelligence agencies pushed for backdoors, a mechanism to bypass encryption, the tech community vehemently resisted, highlighting that such vulnerabilities would inevitably be exploited by malicious actors, compromising everyone's security. This wasn't theoretical. We've seen nation-state actors and organized crime groups attempt to exploit even minor weaknesses. The psychological impact here is profound. Strong encryption empowers individuals and organizations with a sense of sovereignty over their data. It fosters trust, knowing that your private thoughts, your business secrets, or your medical records, are truly yours, shielded from prying eyes. It shifts the power dynamic, creating a digital sanctuary. For the listener, what are the practical application steps? Always choose services that offer end-to-end encryption for sensitive communications. Utilize strong, unique passwords combined with a reputable password manager, and educate yourself on how to verify encryption protocols in the applications you use daily. Consider a VPN for public Wi-Fi, and ensure your devices themselves are encrypted, from your laptop hard drive to your smartphone storage. These aren't just technical steps, they are steps towards reclaiming digital autonomy. Complementing this is the principle of zero trust architecture. Instead of the old trust, but verify mantra, zero trust proclaims, never trust, always verify. Every user, every device, every application, whether inside or outside the traditional network perimeter, must be authenticated and authorized before gaining access to resources, and then continuously monitored. Think of it like this: instead of a single castle wall, imagine every door, every room, every cupboard inside the castle requiring a unique key, and those keys expire frequently, needing re-verification. A fantastic storytelling example comes from a mid-sized financial firm, let's call it Aegis Finance. After a near-miss phishing attack where an employee's credentials were, it reduces the impact of a potential breach, transforming a catastrophic event into a contained incident, which significantly lowers anxiety for both employees and leadership. What can you, our listener, apply from this? Implement multi-factor authentication (MFA) everywhere it's offered. Adopt the principle of least privilege in your own digital life. Only grant applications and services the minimum permissions they need. Be skeptical of unsolicited requests for access, even if they appear to come from a trusted source, and always verify before granting anything. Moving beyond these architectural and philosophical shifts, let's talk about the human element, specifically the crucial role of white hat hackers and bug bounty programs. These are the ethical warriors, the good guys who use their formidable skills to find vulnerabilities before the bad actors do. They are the mirror image of the adversaries we've discussed, applying the same techniques but with the express purpose of strengthening defenses. Imagine a global software company, Innovate Tech, that launched a new cloud platform. Despite rigorous internal testing, they knew the sheer complexity meant blind spots were inevitable. So, they initiated a public bug bounty program, inviting ethical hackers from around the world to scrutinize their code and infrastructure. Within weeks, a young independent security researcher, working from a small apartment in Eastern Europe, discovered a subtle logic flaw in the platform's authentication mechanism. It wasn't an obvious error, but a chained vulnerability that, if exploited in a very specific sequence, could have allowed an attacker to bypass multi-factor authentication under certain rare conditions. The researcher immediately reported it through Innovate Tech's program, detailing the steps to reproduce the flaw. Innovate Tech quickly patched the vulnerability, credited the researcher, and awarded a substantial bounty. This is not just a feel-good story, it represents a fundamental shift in defense strategy. The psychological analysis here is fascinating. It transforms the relationship between companies and the hacking community from adversarial to collaborative. It recognizes that diverse perspectives and external scrutiny are invaluable. It creates a robust marketplace for talent, incentivizing ethical hacking and channeling that skill towards constructive outcomes. It fosters transparency and trust, demonstrating a company's commitment to security not just through words, but through action and investment. For your own practical application, what can you do? If you discover a vulnerability in a system, always report it responsibly through official channels, whether it's a company's bug bounty program or a responsible disclosure policy. Support organizations that openly embrace these programs. And if you're a developer or business owner, consider initiating or participating in a bug bounty program. It's a proactive investment in your security posture that pays dividends by leveraging the collective intelligence of the ethical hacking community. Finally, we arrive at the frontier of cyber defense, how artificial intelligence and machine learning are revolutionizing our ability to detect, predict, and respond to threats at an unprecedented scale and speed. AI is no longer a futuristic concept, it's an active, integral component of modern cybersecurity, learning and adapting faster than any human possibly could. Think of a massive enterprise network, perhaps a global manufacturing corporation, generating petabytes of data traffic every single day. A human analyst simply cannot sift through that much information in real time to spot a subtle anomaly. This is where AI excels. A real-world example involves a cutting-edge Security Operations Center, or SOC, powered by advanced AI algorithms. One evening, a machine learning model, trained on years of network traffic data and known attack patterns, detected a highly unusual sequence of events. A rarely used legacy server, located in a remote branch office, began making outbound co. Chapter 11, The Next Frontier. Welcome back, listeners. Throughout our journey in terminal compromise, we've dissected the immediate and pressing threats that challenge our digital security and, by extension, our very way of life. We've unraveled the intricacies of social engineering, explored the dark corners of the deep web, and examined the vulnerabilities inherent in human nature and our increasingly interconnected systems. But now, it's time to cast our gaze further afield, to peer beyond the current horizon and anticipate the storm clouds gathering on the technological frontier. In this pivotal Chapter 11, The Next Frontier, we will embark on a crucial thought experiment, delving into the formidable, converging threats posed by quantum computing, the exponential growth of artificial intelligence, and the seemingly innocuous, yet profoundly vulnerable, Internet of Things. Our mission today is not merely to identify these nascent threats, but to truly understand their potential to redefine the landscape of compromise, to fundamentally alter the very fabric of security as we know it. We're talking about a paradigm shift, where the rules of engagement are rewritten, and the defenses we rely on today could become utterly obsolete tomorrow. This isn't science fiction, it is the inevitable trajectory of technological advancement, and our preparedness hinges entirely on our ability to anticipate, adapt, and innovate. So, let's begin our exploration of what lies ahead, starting with a phenomenon that is already rapidly expanding into every corner of our lives, often without our conscious consent or even awareness. Consider for a moment the sheer scale of the Internet of Things, or IoT. We're not just talking about smart home assistants or connected refrigerators anymore. We are hurtling towards a future, indeed one that is already partially realized, where billions upon billions of devices, from industrial sensors managing critical infrastructure to medical implants monitoring vital signs, are all interconnected. Each of these devices, often designed for convenience or specific utility rather than robust security, represents a potential entry point, a digital doorway into larger, more sensitive networks. Have we truly considered the impending security nightmare of this proliferation of unsecured IoT devices? The answer, regrettably, is often no, not nearly enough. Let's paint a vivid picture. Imagine a sprawling smart city, an urban tapestry woven with countless connected components. Traffic lights adjust dynamically based on real-time flow data from street cameras and embedded road sensors. Public transportation schedules optimize themselves, informed by passenger movement detected through smart turnstiles. Even the air quality sensors and public waste bins are networked, reporting their status and contributing to the city's operational intelligence. Now, envision a coordinated, state-sponsored attack. It doesn't target the central government servers directly. Instead, it subtly infiltrates the network through a vulnerability in an overlooked, cheap, and easily compromised smart parking sensor installed years ago, perhaps one designed by a defunct startup with no ongoing security support. This seemingly insignificant entry point becomes a beachhead. From there, the attackers pivot, moving laterally through the city's interconnected mesh network. They don't just steal data, they manipulate. Traffic lights flicker to green in all directions at a busy intersection, causing chaos and gridlock. Emergency services struggle to navigate. Public transport systems experience phantom delays, sowing confusion. Even the air quality readings are subtly altered to trigger false alarms. The goal isn't just espionage, it's disruption, destabilization, and the erosion of public trust in the very infrastructure meant to serve them. The attack, born from a tiny, unsecured device, metastasizes into a systemic paralysis, demonstrating precisely how a failure to secure the smallest node can jeopardize the entire system. Psychologically, why does this matter so profoundly to each of us? It taps into a primal fear of losing control, of our trusted environment becoming an agent of compromise. We've grown accustomed to the convenience offered by smart devices, often trading a degree of privacy and security for effortless living. The psychological impact of realizing that your smart thermostat, your child's connected toy, or even your fitness tracker could be a backdoor for malicious actors is deeply unsettling. It erodes our sense of digital sanctuary, blurring the lines between the physical safety of our homes and the vulnerability of our online lives. This pervasive insecurity creates a subconscious anxiety, a nagging doubt that our reliance on technology has inadvertently made us fragile, transforming mundane objects into potential spies or tools of sabotage. The sheer omnipresence of IoT means that even those who actively try to avoid it might be caught in its web, through public infrastructure or neighbors' devices, fostering a sense of inescapable vulnerability. So, what can we practically do about this looming threat? The steps, though seemingly simple, require diligence. First, adopt a principle of skepticism. If a device doesn't absolutely need to be smart or connected, So, what are the practical application steps for listeners in the face of this quantum threat? While individuals cannot directly build quantum-resistant encryption, awareness is paramount. For organizations, the path is clearer, though arduous. First, begin a comprehensive cryptographic audit to understand what data is encrypted, where it resides, and what algorithms protect it. Second, start actively researching and experimenting with post-quantum cryptography (PQC) or quantum-resistant cryptography algorithms, which are new cryptographic schemes designed to withstand attacks from quantum computers. The National Institute of Standards and Technology (NIST) is leading efforts in standardizing these. Third, develop a migration strategy, recognizing that transitioning entire systems to new cryptographic standards will be a monumental task, requiring significant time and resources. For individuals, supporting research, advocating for government and industry adoption of PQC, and understanding that data you encrypt today might one day be exposed, means being mindful of what sensitive information you store and for how long. The time to prepare for the quantum era is now, before the capabilities become a reality and our current digital fortresses crumble. Finally, let us turn our attention to the evolving frontier of biometric security and the profound ethical dilemmas it presents. Biometrics, your unique biological identifiers like fingerprints, facial structure, iris patterns, or even your voice, are increasingly replacing traditional passwords as a more convenient and seemingly secure method of authentication. From unlocking our smartphones to boarding flights, biometrics are becoming ubiquitous. But as technology advances, so too does the sophistication of those who seek to circumvent it. What happens when your very identity, encoded in your biological uniqueness, is compromised? Unlike a password, which can be changed, your fingerprint, your face, your iris, cannot. This presents a fundamentally different challenge, especially as we move towards even more advanced biometrics like gait analysis, heart rhythm signatures, or even brainwave patterns. Consider a chilling hypothetical. Imagine a world where your daily existence is inextricably linked to your unique biometric profile. You pay with a facial scan, enter your home with an iris scan, and even access medical records with a voice print. Now, a sophisticated criminal organization, leveraging advanced AI and deepfake technology, manages to construct a digital clone of your biometric identity. They don't just steal your data, they steal yourself. Using ultra-realistic facial projections and voice synthesizers, coupled with behavioral data derived from extensive surveillance, they bypass multiple biometric authentication systems. They drain your bank accounts, not by guessing a PIN, but by becoming you at the ATM. They access secure facilities by walking through a gate that scans their gait and facial features, believing it's you. The profound ethical dilemma here is twofold. If your biometric data is compromised, your core identity is at risk in an irreversible way, and the potential for ubiquitous, inescapable surveillance based on these unique identifiers could usher in an unprecedented era of control and loss of personal freedom. What if a government decides to use facial recognition not just for security, but to track every citizen's movement, every interaction, every purchase? Where does personal autonomy end and state control begin in a world where anonymity is a relic of the past? The psychological impact of this evolution in biometric security is deeply unsettling. It directly attacks our sense of individuality and autonomy. When your unique biological identifiers become the key to your digital life, their compromise feels like a violation of your very essence, a theft of self that is far more profound than a mere password breach. The convenience it offers is juxtaposed against an irreversible vulnerability. There's a subconscious fear of being constantly watched. Chapter 12, Reclaiming Our Digital Lives. Welcome back to Terminal Compromise. In this pivotal Chapter 12, we embark on a crucial journey, reclaiming our digital lives. Throughout this book, we've peeled back the layers of digital vulnerability, exposing the intricate web of threats that permeate our connected world. We've seen how convenience often comes at the cost of privacy, and how even the most sophisticated systems can be breached. But if the preceding chapters have left you feeling a sense of unease, perhaps even a touch of helplessness, then this chapter is your antidote. This is where we pivot from understanding the problem to actively becoming part of the solution. Our core mission now is to empower you, the listener, to confidently take back control of your personal security and privacy in a world that often seems intent on eroding both. It's easy to feel like mere passengers on this runaway train of technology, subject to the whims of algorithms and the machinations of malicious actors. But that feeling, I assure you, is an illusion. We are not helpless. We possess an innate capacity for resilience, for learning, and for proactive defense. The digital realm, for all its complexities, is still governed by human design and human behavior. And just as attackers exploit human weaknesses, we can leverage human strengths like skepticism, foresight, and a commitment to continuous learning to fortify our digital existence. So, How do we begin this reclamation? It starts with cultivating a core set of defensive mindsets, essential for navigating the modern digital age. The first among these is arguably the most vital: operate with a fundamental assumption of potential compromise, and diligently verify everything. Think like an attacker for a moment. They're not looking for the perfect, unassailable target, they're looking for the easiest entry point, the weakest link. They thrive on complacency and unthinking trust. By adopting a mindset of trust, but verify, we flip the script. We become the active scrutinizers, rather than the passive recipients. Consider the story of Jane, a seemingly ordinary office worker who became an unwitting target in a sophisticated spear phishing attack. An email landed in her inbox, appearing to be from her CEO, urgently requesting a wire transfer to an unfamiliar vendor for a critical, time-sensitive project. The sender's name was correct, the subject line was convincing, and the tone was precisely what she'd expect from her demanding boss. Her first instinct, fueled by the urgency, was to act immediately. But something pricked at her. Was it the slight awkwardness in the phrasing? The unusual request for an immediate, high-value transfer without prior discussion? Remembering a company-wide security briefing that stressed verifying unusual requests, she paused. Instead of hitting reply or clicking any links, she picked up the phone and called her CEO directly, using a number she already had saved in her contacts, not one from the suspicious email signature. The CEO, utterly unaware of any such request, confirmed it was a scam. Jane, by internalizing the verify everything mantra, saved her company potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars and averted a major financial fraud incident. From a psychological perspective, this matters profoundly because our brains are wired for efficiency, often seeking shortcuts and relying on familiarity. This is known as the mere exposure effect, where we tend to prefer and trust things we've encountered before. Attackers weaponize this. They craft emails that look familiar, create websites that mimic legitimate ones, and use social engineering tactics that play on our willingness to be helpful or our respect for authority. Overcoming this requires a conscious, effortful shift from passive acceptance to active questioning. It's about building a new cognitive muscle, a kind of digital street smarts that fosters a healthy skepticism. This shift isn't about paranoia, it's about empowerment, about having the confidence to pause and question, to exert your agency. So, practically speaking, what steps can you take? First, develop an internal checklist for any unsolicited request, particularly those involving money, sensitive information, or urgent action. Ask yourself, is this sender truly who they say they are? Is this request typical? Is there an alternative, secure way to verify this information? Second, make multi-channel verification a habit for critical communications. If you receive an unusual email from your bank, call them using the number on their official website or the back of your card, not a number provided in the email. If your boss emails you an urgent request, confirm it via a phone call or an in-person conversation. Finally, practice what-if scenarios in your mind. Mentally walk through how you would respond to a convincing phishing attempt or a suspicious text message. The more you simulate these situations, the better prepared you'll be when they inevitably arise. Moving beyond defensive mindsets, our next critical step is to embrace widespread digital literacy and implement proactive, defense-in-depth strategies. It's not enough to simply react to threats, we must understand the landscape they inhabit and build robust, layered defenses. Digital literacy isn't about becoming a coding expert, it's about understanding the fundamental mechanics of the technology we use every day. How does an email actually get to you? What happens when you click a link? How do these individuals embody the spirit of resilience, pushing back against the tide of compromise, building a more secure digital future for all of us? Psychologically, there's a phenomenon called learned helplessness that can set in when individuals feel overwhelmed by the sheer scale and complexity of digital threats. It's the feeling that no matter what you do, you'll still be compromised. Counteracting this requires fostering a sense of collective efficacy and agency. Understanding that your individual actions, when combined with the actions of millions of others, create a robust and resilient digital ecosystem is incredibly empowering. It shifts the perspective from isolated vulnerability to community-driven defense. It's about remembering that the digital world is fundamentally a human construct, and therefore, human beings have the power to reshape it for the better. So, as practical steps for cultivating this resilient optimism, I encourage you to stay informed through reputable, independent cybersecurity news sources. Engage with communities focused on digital privacy and security, learning from others and sharing your own experiences. Advocate for better privacy-protecting regulations and technologies in your own sphere of influence. Most importantly, share your knowledge. Help educate friends, family, and colleagues about basic digital security practices. Each person you empower makes our collective digital environment just a little bit safer. Remember, the goal isn't absolute perfection, but continuous, thoughtful improvement. Every small step you take to fortify your own digital life contributes to the larger mosaic of a more secure future for everyone. In reclaiming our digital lives, we aren't just protecting ourselves, we are contributing to a more trustworthy and resilient digital society. This journey is ongoing, a continuous process of learning, adapting, and defending. But with the mindsets, literacy, and strategies we've discussed, you are now equipped not merely to survive, but to thrive in the complex digital landscape. You are no longer a passive bystander, you are an active participant, a guardian of your own digital destiny, and a contributor to the future of our interconnected world. This concludes our deep dive into reclaiming our digital lives. As we move forward, we will continue to explore how these principles translate into actionable strategies for specific scenarios, ensuring that the knowledge gained here becomes a living, breathing part of your daily digital practice. Section 4, the 7-Day Action Plan. Welcome back, esteemed listener, to Terminal Compromise. In the preceding sections, we've navigated the complex labyrinth of digital vulnerabilities, dissecting the myriad ways our personal and professional lives can be exposed to relentless cyber threats. We've acknowledged the pervasive nature of these risks, often feeling overwhelming, almost insurmountable. But now, we pivot from understanding the problem to actively constructing the solution. This section, Section 4, the 7-Day Action Plan, is not merely a theoretical exercise, it is your hands-on, week-long, step-by-step blueprint for fundamentally fortifying your personal digital assets. Think of it as a comprehensive, yet entirely manageable, regimen designed to empower you, to transform you from a potential target into a resilient fortress. We're going to dismantle the daunting task of digital security into digestible, actionable steps, spread across 7 focused days, ensuring that by the end of this week, you'll have erected robust defenses that significantly reduce your vulnerability footprint. This isn't about fear, it's about empowerment, about taking proactive control in an increasingly interconnected world. Are you ready to embark on this journey of digital resilience? Let's begin. Our journey commences with what are arguably the most crucial foundational elements of digital security: robust authentication. Days 1 and 2, audit passwords, adopt a password manager, and enforce hardware multi-factor authentication everywhere. This 2-day block is dedicated to re-engineering your primary gatekeepers, your passwords, and bolstering them with an impenetrable second layer of defense. Let's begin with a relatable scenario. Consider Sarah, a diligent professional who, like many of us, fell into the trap of convenience. For years, she used variations of the same password across dozens of online accounts, perhaps a familiar pet's name followed by a birth year, slightly tweaked for different services. Her bank, her email, her social media, even her online shopping portals, all protected by keys that were, effectively, universal. One day, a less critical forum she frequented suffered a data breach. Sarah didn't think much of it at the time, dismissing it as a minor inconvenience. But within weeks, she started noticing peculiar activities. First, her social media account began posting spam. Then, suspicious login attempts appeared on her email. Finally, the truly terrifying moment arrived, an alert from her bank about a large, unauthorized transaction. Her common password, exposed in that forgotten forum breach, had been leveraged by opportunistic attackers, who then systematically tested it across other popular platforms, eventually gaining access to her most sensitive accounts. The ensuing weeks were a whirlwind of fraud reports, account lockouts, and the profound, unsettling feeling of invasion. Sarah's story isn't unique, it's a stark reminder of the domino effect that a single compromised, reused password can trigger. From a psychological perspective, why do we, Intelligent individuals often make such seemingly illogical choices with our passwords. It boils down to a fascinating interplay of cognitive biases. There's the optimism bias, where we believe bad things are more likely to happen to others than to ourselves. We think, I'm not a high-value target, no one would bother hacking me. Then there's the effort heuristic, the natural human tendency to avoid unnecessary cognitive load. Remembering dozens of complex, unique passwords feels like an arduous task, so we rationalize shortcuts. We prioritize immediate convenience over abstract, future security risks. The perceived psychological cost of creating and remembering strong, unique passwords outweighs the perceived psychological benefit until a compromise occurs. But here's the empowering shift: by adopting a password manager and hardware multi-factor authentication, you completely eliminate the effort heuristic argument. You gain superior security with less cognitive load, freeing your mind. Update the password on the respective website, then save it securely in your password manager. Do this incrementally, starting with your most critical accounts, then moving to less sensitive ones. This process can take several hours, which is why we've allocated 2 full days. Remember, the goal is that no 2 accounts share the same password, ever again. Your password manager will remember them all, requiring you to only recall one strong master password to unlock your vault. Step 4 for day 2, enforce hardware multi-factor authentication, or MFA, everywhere it's available. What is hardware MFA? It's a small physical device, often resembling a USB stick like a YubiKey or a Google Titan security key, that you plug into your computer or tap to your phone to verify your identity. Why is it superior? Unlike SMS-based MFA, which can be intercepted, or app-based MFA, which can be phished, a physical key requires you to be in possession of that specific device. It's almost impossible for an attacker to steal something they don't have physical access to. Enable this for your primary email account first. This is your digital passport, then for banking, social media, and any other critical service that supports it. Look for options labeled Security Key or FIDO2 in your account security settings. While SMS or authenticator apps are better than nothing, hardware keys offer the highest practical level of personal authentication security available today. This truly makes your accounts virtually impenetrable, even if an attacker somehow manages to steal your new, strong password. Moving from personal accounts to the digital perimeter of your home, our next focus shifts to network security. Days 3 and 4, secure home networks, update router firmware, and segment IoT devices. Your home network, often an invisible force connecting your digital life, is a critical battleground. Neglecting its security is akin to leaving your front door wide open while meticulously locking every individual drawer inside your house. Let's illustrate with the case of Michael. Michael was an early adopter of smart home technology, filling his house with smart lights, cameras, thermostats, and voice assistants. He loved the convenience. However, he never bothered to change the default username and password on his Wi-Fi router, let alone update its firmware. These devices, along with his router, were all connected to his main home network, where his personal computer with sensitive financial documents and his family's phones also resided. One day, a news report broke about a widespread vulnerability discovered in a popular brand of smart camera, the exact brand Michael owned. Attackers were able to exploit this flaw to gain access to the cameras, but critically, also to the underlying network infrastructure they were connected to, effectively creating a backdoor into the entire home network. Michael soon discovered his Wi-Fi was inexplicably slow, and then, more disturbingly, found unauthorized files on his shared network drive. His entire digital home had been compromised, not through his computer, but through an unassuming smart light bulb connected to the same vulnerable network. The initial vector might have been the smart camera, but the lack of network segmentation allowed the breach to spread like wildfire throughout his digital domain. Psychologically, why do we overlook home network security? Many view their home as an inherently safe space, projecting that physical security onto their digital infrastructure. We assume our internet service provider handles all the techie stuff, or that the little box blinking lights in the corner is just doing its job. There's also the out of sight, out of mind phenomenon. Unlike a password that we actively interact with, the router operates silently in the background. The complexity of network settings often intimidates, leading to avoidance. We crave seamless convenience, and any perceived barrier to that, like setting up separate networks, is often sidelined. However, by taking these proactive over time, she noticed increasingly targeted ads, sometimes eerily specific, and a general feeling of her private conversations being somehow heard. She later discovered that while the app indeed offered the promised functionality, its primary purpose was to harvest her data, sell it to brokers, and build a detailed profile of her life, all under the guise of improving user experience. And finally, the devastating impact of data loss. Imagine Mark, a freelance photographer, whose hard drive crashed without warning. Thousands of irreplaceable client photos, years of personal memories, and his entire portfolio vanished in an instant. The emotional and professional fallout was catastrophic. All because he'd always meant to set up a backup, but never got around to it. Now compare that to Sarah, a different Sarah, an author, who religiously followed a backup routine. When her laptop was stolen, she experienced temporary frustration, but within hours, she was back up and running on a new device, her entire manuscript, research, and personal files restored from her secure backups. The difference between despair and minor inconvenience often lies in robust backup practices. Psychologically, these areas tap into our core need for security, control, and preservation. Identity theft is a profound violation of self, making the credit freeze a powerful mechanism for reclaiming that control and instilling a sense of safety. App permissions play on our trust and desire for convenience, often leading us to passively surrender our privacy. The act of reviewing them fosters digital mindfulness and self-advocacy. Backups address our primal fear of loss of memories, irreplaceable work, or critical information. Proactively implementing a backup strategy provides immense peace of mind, transforming abstract anxiety into concrete security. It's an investment in your future self. Let's outline the practical steps for these final, crucial days. Step 1 for Day 5, initiate a credit freeze with all three major credit bureaus, Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion. This is one of the most powerful steps you can take to prevent identity theft. A credit freeze blocks potential creditors from accessing your credit report, which means new accounts cannot be opened in your name without your explicit permission to temporarily thaw your credit. The process is straightforward. Visit each bureau's website or call them directly. You'll typically create an account, verify your identity, and then request the freeze. Remember to keep the PINs or passwords they provide for unfreezing your credit in your password manager. This single action provides a robust shield against fraudulent account openings, giving you a critical layer of defense against sophisticated identity thieves. Step 2 for Day 6, review app permissions on all your devices. On your smartphone, both iOS and Android, and computer, navigate to your privacy or application settings. Systematically go through each app and critically assess the permissions it requests. Does a flashlight app truly need access to your microphone or contacts? Does a simple game need your precise location at all times? Disable any unnecessary permissions. Be particularly vigilant about access to your camera, microphone, location, and photo library. Many apps collect far more data than is necessary for their core function. By limiting these permissions, you significantly reduce the amount of personal data that can be harvested and potentially exploited, taking back control of your digital footprint. Make this a quarterly habit. Step 3 for Day 7, establish a secure, automated 3-2-1 backup routine. This widely accepted standard means 3 copies of your data, your primary data, plus 2 backups. 2 different types of media, for example, your computer's internal drive primary, an external hard drive first backup media, and a cloud service second backup media. 1 copy offsite. One of those backups should be stored in a different physical location than your primary data. This protects against local disasters. Section 5, Summary. Welcome back, listeners. We have journeyed together through the intricate, often opaque world of digital security, exploring the subtle and overt ways our lives intersect with an ever-expanding web of data collection, analysis, and vulnerability. We've dissected complex concepts, peered into the mechanisms of compromise, and confronted the uncomfortable truths about our pervasive digital existence. Now, as we arrive at Section 5, our final chapter, it's time to consolidate, to crystallize, and to arm you with the most critical takeaways from our extensive exploration. This isn't merely a recap, it's a strategic synthesis, a hard-hitting wrap-up designed to imprint the essential wisdom of terminal compromise firmly into your consciousness, transforming information into actionable insight. Think of this summary not as an ending, but as a robust foundation for your ongoing digital resilience. We've meticulously cataloged the threats, examined the psychological undercurrents that often lead to our unwitting participation in our own vulnerabilities, and begun to sketch the contours of a more secure digital life. The sheer volume of information can, at times, feel overwhelming, perhaps even daunting. But remember, the purpose was never to induce panic, but rather to foster an informed awareness, a sophisticated understanding that empowers rather than paralyzes. This final section is dedicated to distilling those vast learnings into a digestible, memorable, and, most importantly, immediately applicable framework. We will reiterate the core philosophical arguments, underscore the practical advice, and hopefully, leave you with a renewed sense of agency in a world that often feels beyond individual control. Are you ready to solidify your understanding and prepare for the road ahead? Let's dive into these pivotal insights. First, and perhaps most fundamentally, we must firmly grasp the sheer scale and the unsettling inevitability of the terminal compromise we all, to varying degrees, face. This is not about isolated incidents or theoretical possibilities, it is about the fundamental architecture of our contemporary digital society. We've moved beyond a simplistic view where security meant merely installing an antivirus program. We are now confronting a pervasive state where our digital identities, our preferences, our movements, and even our most intimate thoughts, are in a constant state of flux, being collected, aggregated, and analyzed by an almost unimaginable number of entities, many of which operate entirely outside our direct awareness. This terminal compromise signifies that a complete, impregnable digital fortress is a myth, an unattainable ideal in a world interconnected by design. Consider the story of Evelyn, a retired schoolteacher who, by all accounts, considered herself digitally savvy enough for her generation. She used strong passwords, avoided suspicious emails, and limited her social media presence. Yet, her data, like countless others, was meticulously compiled and exploited through an intricate web of indirect connections. Years ago, she'd signed up for a local community garden project, providing her name, address, and email. This small, seemingly innocuous act led to her data being passed to a third-party vendor handling volunteer management, which then suffered a minor breach. Separately, her local library, which she used frequently, updated its online catalog system, and its vendor, too, experienced a data incident. Add to this the routine collection of her public records, property ownership, voter registration, which are readily available to data brokers. Evelyn's bank account details remain secure, but through these fragmented, seemingly minor exposures, a comprehensive profile of her interests, her location patterns, and her network of local contacts was pieced together. She started receiving highly personalized, sophisticated phishing attempts that referenced her hobbies and community involvement, making them far more convincing than generic scams. Her medical history, sourced from a long-forgotten clinic's billing partner that was acquired by a larger entity, eventually surfaced in a dark web forum, leading to fraudulent claims against her health insurance. Evelyn hadn't actively done anything wrong, yet her digital shadow, composed of countless tiny fragments, ultimately coalesced into a vulnerability that impacted her financial and personal well-being. This is the reality of systemic compromise. It's not always about a direct hack of your personal devices, but often about the intricate ecosystem of data sharing and third-party vulnerabilities that surround us all. Why does this matter so deeply on a psychological level? Because the realization of this pervasive compromise can trigger what psychologists call learned helplessness. When faced with a problem of such immense scale and apparent intractability, the natural human response can be to disengage, to conclude that personal efforts are futile, leading to a dangerous apathy. We might experience cognitive dissonance, wanting the convenience and connectivity of modern life while simultaneously fearing its inherent risks, often resolving this discomfort by simply ignoring the threat. Furthermore, the sheer volume of choices and privacy settings across myriad platforms can induce privacy fatigue, where the mental effort required to manage one's digital footprint becomes too burdensome, prompting many to simply accept default settings or give up altogether. This gradual erosion of privacy, like the proverbial frog in slowly boiling water, can desensitize us, making us less vigilant over time. What feels most threatened is our fundamental human need for agency and control. When we perceive that our data is being collected and used without our full understanding or consent, it undermines our sense of autonomy, leading to feelings of powerlessness and unease. Understanding this psychological backdrop is crucial, as it allows us to consciously counteract these tendencies and reclaim our sense of self-efficacy. So, how do we practically apply this understanding? The first step is acknowledging this reality without succumbing to despair. Perfect security is, indeed, a myth, but significantly better security is always within reach. Shift your mindset from denial or OV. It transforms a daunting, abstract threat into a series of manageable tasks, creating a virtuous cycle where positive outcomes reinforce the motivation to maintain good habits. This active engagement also combats privacy fatigue by reframing security as an empowering act of self-preservation, rather than a burdensome chore. It taps into our innate desire for control and competence, demonstrating that even in a highly interconnected world, individual initiative holds significant sway. So, what are the practical application steps for cultivating this powerful individual vigilance? We can distill it into a few core principles, often referred to as the Big Three of digital hygiene, complemented by other essential practices. First, embrace a password manager and generate strong, unique passwords for every single online account. This eliminates the catastrophic domino effect that occurs when a single compromised password exposes multiple services. Second, enable multi-factor authentication, or MFA, on every account that offers it. This simple extra layer, typically a code sent to your phone or generated by an authenticator app, is an incredibly potent deterrent against unauthorized access, even if your password is stolen. Third, cultivate a habit of extreme caution with links, attachments, and unsolicited communications. Always pause, verify the sender, hover over links to check URLs, and critically evaluate the context before clicking, sharing, or downloading anything. Beyond the big three, make regular software updates a non-negotiable routine for all your devices and applications. These updates often contain critical security patches that close newly discovered vulnerabilities that attackers actively exploit. Take time to understand and customize the privacy settings on your social media profiles, messaging apps, and operating systems. Default settings are rarely optimized for your privacy. Adopt a mindset of least privilege when sharing information. Only share what is absolutely necessary, and question why a service needs certain data. Consider segmenting your digital life, using different email addresses for different purposes. Example: one for sensitive financial accounts, another for newsletters, and a third for online shopping to limit cross-contamination in case of a breach. Finally, implement a robust, regular backup strategy for all your critical data, whether to a cloud service or an external hard drive. This simple step can mitigate the devastating impact of ransomware attacks or device failures, ensuring your most precious digital assets are protected. These steps, when consistently applied, will elevate your digital security posture dramatically. Finally, and perhaps most profoundly, our journey culminates in a set of philosophical thoughts on how to balance the undeniable convenience of our digital world with the imperative of personal security. This isn't about advocating for a complete withdrawal from technology. For most of us, that's neither practical nor desirable. Instead, it's about fostering a nuanced, intelligent approach, recognizing that digital life involves continuous negotiation, a series of conscious trade-offs, and an ongoing evaluation of what truly matters to us. We seek not digital abstinence, but digital wisdom, allowing us to harness technology's power without becoming its unwitting servant. Consider the narrative of Sarah, a busy working parent who relies heavily on smart home technology to manage her household and various digital services for her professional life. She could, in theory, reject all these conveniences in the name of absolute privacy, but that would significantly hinder her efficiency, her ability to connect with her children's school, and her career progression. Instead, Sarah chose a path of informed moderation. When considering a new smart speaker, she thoroughly researched its privacy policy, understood what data it collected and how it was used, and consciously decided if the convenience of voice commands was worth the potential trade-off of having a listening device. Each new device, each new app, Each new online interaction presents an opportunity for conscious choice, for informed decision-making. You are not a helpless observer in this grand digital drama, you are an active participant, capable of shaping your own experiences and influencing the broader narrative. May the insights garnered from these pages serve as your compass and your shield. May they inspire you to embrace digital convenience wisely, to uphold your personal security vigilantly, and to walk confidently in the knowledge that you are equipped to navigate the complexities ahead. Go forth, with newfound awareness and unwavering resolve, to secure your digital future. Thank you for joining me on this critical exploration. The conversation around digital security is ever evolving, and your continued engagement is its most vital component. Section 6, Call to Action. Welcome back, dear listener. We've journeyed together through the complex and often perilous landscape of digital security, unmasking the hidden threats that lurk in the shadows of our interconnected lives, delving into the sophisticated tactics employed by those who seek to exploit our vulnerabilities, and equipping you with a foundational understanding of the principles that underpin true personal and digital protection. We've explored the intricate dance between convenience and caution, the critical importance of robust defenses, and the sobering reality of what a terminal compromise truly entails, not just in technical terms, but in the profoundly personal impact it can have on your life, your relationships, and your peace of mind. Now, as we approach the culmination of our shared experience within the pages, or rather, the spoken words, of terminal compromise, we arrive at a pivotal moment, a juncture where information transforms into intention, and intention ignites into action. This is not merely the end of a chapter, it is, in fact, the very beginning of your proactive journey towards an uncompromised future. This final section, the call to action, is precisely what its name implies, a direct, unequivocal invitation, indeed, an urgent plea, for you to translate the invaluable knowledge you've diligently absorbed into tangible, real-world steps. It's about moving beyond passive listening and embracing active engagement, both for your own benefit and for the betterment of the wider community struggling with these same pervasive challenges. The core concept at the heart of this call to action is elegantly simple yet profoundly powerful. It's about directing you, the listener, to take immediate, real-world steps and to engage directly with me, your guide on this crucial journey, and with the broader mission of fostering greater digital resilience. Why is this so critically important? Think of it this way: acquiring knowledge, however profound or insightful, is akin to possessing a meticulously detailed map to a treasure island. The map itself is a marvel of cartography, charting every reef, every current, every hidden cove. But what good is even the most exquisite map if it remains folded and tucked away, never unfurled, never used to navigate the treacherous waters that separate you from your ultimate destination? The treasure, in our context, is the robust security and tranquility that comes from being truly protected, from living a life free from the constant anxieties of digital threats. The journey to that treasure, however, demands movement, it demands action. We've all experienced it, haven't we? That fleeting burst of inspiration after reading a powerful book, or listening to a transformative podcast, where we feel an overwhelming urge to change, to do something different, something better. Yet, all too often, that powerful surge of motivation, unchanneled and unguided, dissipates like morning mist under the harsh light of daily routine. The inertia of our everyday lives can be a formidable opponent. We tell ourselves, "I'll start tomorrow," or "I'll get to that next week," and before we know it, weeks turn into months, and the moment for decisive action has regrettably passed, leaving us no better off than before. This call to action is specifically designed to counteract that pervasive inertia, to provide you with the necessary impetus, the gentle but firm nudge, and the clear, actionable pathways to ensure that the vital insights gleaned from terminal compromise don't simply remain abstract concepts floating in the ether of your mind, but instead firmly anchor themselves in your daily practices, transforming your digital habits and fortifying your defenses. Furthermore, this call extends beyond your personal protective measures. It's an invitation to engage. Why is engagement with me, the creator, and with the broader community, so essential? Because the landscape of digital threats is not static, it is a relentless, ever-evolving battlefield. Your feedback, your questions, your experiences, Her words weren't merely an endorsement, they were a testament, a beacon of hope for others who might be on the precipice of a similar error. But she didn't stop there. Sarah thought of her elderly mother, Martha, who was fiercely independent but technologically timid, prone to believing official-looking emails. She thought of her younger brother, Tom, who was brilliant but often cavalier with his online privacy. Sarah knew she had to share this vital information. She bought them both copies of the audiobook, sat down with her mother to explain some key concepts, and even walked her through setting up stronger passwords. She challenged her brother to listen, emphasizing how it wasn't just for tech newbies but for anyone, like him, who might unknowingly be cutting corners on security. Sarah understood that her own protection was enhanced when those she cared about were also protected, creating a stronger, more secure network for everyone. Now, let's explore the psychological analysis of why leaving a review and sharing this audiobook matters so deeply, not just for the creator, but for you and for the wider community. Firstly, there's the principle of reciprocity. You, as a listener, have invested your precious time and attention, and in return, I sincerely hope you've received immense value in the form of critical insights, actionable strategies, and a newfound sense of confidence in navigating the digital world. When we receive something valuable, there's a natural, inherent human inclination to give back, to reciprocate that value. A positive review is a powerful and tangible way to express that appreciation, to complete that cycle of reciprocity. It's a way of saying, "Thank you, this truly helped me, and I want others to benefit too." This act of giving back reinforces your own positive experience with the material, solidifying the lessons learned in your mind. Secondly, reviews are a fundamental pillar of social proof. In an era saturated with information, where countless voices clamor for attention, potential new listeners are often overwhelmed. How do they discern what is truly valuable, what is trustworthy, what deserves their precious time? They look to the experiences of others. A collection of genuine, positive reviews acts as a powerful testament, a collective endorsement from people who have walked in their shoes, who perhaps harbored similar anxieties or faced similar vulnerabilities. When someone sees that dozens, even hundreds, of listeners have found terminal compromise to be an indispensable guide, it dramatically lowers their barrier to entry. It reassures them that their investment of time will be worthwhile, that they too can find the answers and the protection they seek. Your review, therefore, is not just a comment, it's an invitation, a guiding light for someone else who is searching for security in a chaotic digital world. It's a statement of trust and confidence that helps to bridge the gap between uncertainty and decision. Thirdly, the act of sharing, particularly with vulnerable loved ones, taps into our deep-seated altruistic tendencies and our inherent sense of responsibility for those we care about. We are social beings, and the well-being of our family and friends is paramount. When you gain knowledge that you know can protect someone from harm, there's a moral imperative, a fundamental human decency, to share it. In the context of digital security, where a loved one's compromise can indirectly affect you, through stolen identities, financial requests made in their name, or even emotional distress, sharing this resource becomes an act of profound care and practical protection. It's not just about their safety, it's about the collective resilience of your personal network. Furthermore, by actively recommending the audiobook, you're not just passing on information, you're often passing on permission, giving them the impetus to take their own security seriously, something they might have previously dismissed or felt overwhelmed by. You're becoming a catalyst for their protection, a guru. Intrigued by the promise of a structured, digestible approach, he navigated to the companion website immediately after finishing the audiobook. There, he found the free PDF checklist. As he opened it, a sense of calm washed over him. Instead of a daunting mountain, he saw 7 distinct, manageable steps, one for each day. Day 1. Assess your current digital footprint and create a master inventory. Day 2. Implement a password manager and update critical passwords. Day 3. Enable 2-factor authentication on all essential accounts. Each day presented a clear, concise task, often broken down into even smaller sub-steps. David, for the first time, felt empowered rather than overwhelmed. He dedicated a focused hour each evening to tackling the day's task. He didn't rush. He followed the instructions, checked off each item, and felt a tangible sense of accomplishment with every completed step. By the end of the first week, he had revolutionized his personal digital security posture. His passwords were strong and unique, managed effortlessly. His crucial accounts were protected by 2FA. He had cleaned up old, unused accounts and had a clearer understanding of his online presence. Most importantly, the constant, nagging anxiety about his digital safety had significantly diminished. The 7-day action plan hadn't just provided steps, it had provided structure, motivation, and a clear path to tangible progress, transforming an abstract problem into a series of achievable goals. It turned his desire to be secure into a reality, one manageable step at a time. From a psychological perspective, why is this companion website and especially the 7-day action plan PDF so critical and effective? Firstly, it leverages the psychological principle of overcoming inertia through small, achievable steps. As we discussed, a major hurdle for individuals wanting to improve their security is the sheer scale of the perceived task. It feels too big, too complicated, too time-consuming. A 7-day action plan slices this gargantuan task into 7 bite-sized, digestible pieces. Each day, the goal is modest, tangible, and achievable within a reasonable time frame. This approach minimizes cognitive load and reduces the perceived effort, making the initiation of action significantly easier. The momentum gained from completing day 1, then day 2, then day 3, builds confidence and a sense of progress, creating a positive feedback loop that encourages continuation. This is the power of chunking a large task into smaller, manageable components. Secondly, the offering of a free resource like the PDF checklist taps into the principle of value exchange and reinforces the sense of generous provision. By offering something of concrete, immediate utility without an additional cost, it deepens the trust and goodwill between myself, the creator, and you, the listener. It demonstrates a continued commitment to your success beyond the confines of the audiobook itself. This generosity can often lead to a greater willingness to engage further, fostering a stronger connection and a sense of being truly supported in your security journey. It's an extension of the helpful hand, indicating that my commitment to your digital well-being extends beyond the final word of the recording. Thirdly, the structured nature of a checklist appeals to our innate human desire for order, clarity, and accomplishment. There's a profound satisfaction that comes from physically or digitally checking off items on a list. It provides clear markers of progress, a visual representation of how far you've come. This tangible evidence of achievement is a powerful motivator, fueling sustained effort. For something as abstract as improving security, having a concrete checklist transforms it into a game, a challenge with clear milestones, making the process far more engaging and less daunting. Moreover, a structured plan reduces decision fatigue. Instead of constantly wondering what should I do next, the plan tells you, freeing up mental energy that can then be dedicated to executing the task itself. So, by the time Robert finally noticed a discrepancy, by the time his bank flagged suspicious activity, the damage was immense, and much of it was irreversible. His terminal compromise wasn't a sudden, catastrophic event, but a slow, insidious bleed, a creeping erosion of his financial security that stole not just money, but his peace of mind, his future plans, and left him with a deep sense of betrayal and regret. All because tomorrow never came for his security efforts. In stark contrast, consider Emily, a young professional who, after experiencing a minor scare with a credit card fraud attempt, decided she couldn't afford to procrastinate. She immediately dedicated an evening to implementing the first few steps of a security checklist she found online. The very next day, she received a similar-looking email, almost identical to the one Robert fell for. But because she had, just hours before, enabled two-factor authentication on her financial accounts, and because she now knew how to verify direct links, she recognized the subtle red flags, avoided the trap, and reported the phishing attempt without a moment's hesitation. Her proactive, immediate action, catalyzed by a previous incident, averted a potentially devastating terminal compromise. Her story is a testament to the power of now. Psychologically, this final push to start day one right now is incredibly potent, leveraging several key cognitive biases and principles. Firstly, it taps into loss aversion. Humans are generally more motivated to avoid a loss than to achieve an equivalent gain. The terminal compromise of your data, your identity, your financial stability, these are profound losses. By framing the immediate action as a preventative measure against these tangible losses, the urgency is amplified. The cost of inaction becomes far more vivid and compelling than the abstract benefit of future security. You're not just gaining protection, you're preventing harm, and that's a powerful motivator. Secondly, it capitalizes on immediacy bias. We often prioritize immediate gratification or the resolution of immediate problems, even if long-term benefits might be greater. While digital security is a long-term endeavor, breaking it down into day-one tasks gives it an immediate, urgent anchor. It reframes the task from a vague, distant commitment into a concrete, immediate challenge that can be started and partially resolved today. This makes it more appealing to our brain's tendency to favor the present moment. Thirdly, empowering language in the sign-off directly bolsters self-efficacy, your belief in your own ability to succeed. When you are told, "You have the power, you can do this," or "Your journey starts now," it instills confidence and reduces the likelihood of feeling overwhelmed or inadequate. This affirmation is crucial because a lack of self-efficacy is a significant barrier to taking action, particularly in complex domains like cybersecurity. By affirming your capability, I am removing one of the psychological obstacles to your engagement. Fourthly, the act of simply starting creates a powerful psychological commitment and consistency mechanism. Once you take that initial small step, even if it's just opening the PDF or bookmarking the website, you've made a micro-commitment. Our brains are wired to maintain consistency with our past actions. So, that small initial step makes it significantly easier to take the next step, and the next, because you're aligning with your previous commitment. It's the snowball effect in action, where initial momentum makes subsequent progress feel more natural and inevitable. Therefore, the practical application of this final encouragement is straightforward yet critically important: do not delay. Your security journey begins, not tomorrow, not next week, but right now. As this audiobook draws to a close, I implore you, with the deepest sincerity, to seize this very moment. If you are able, pause this audiobook. Take out your smartphone, open your web browser, and type in www.terminalcompromisebook.com. Bookmark I. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you found value, meaning, or inspiration in this journey, please remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you won't miss the next chapter. Your support helps us bring more timeless classics to life. See you in the next reading.